Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Happy Justice Hunters release day. How's everybody doing? KH Flow, thank you for the 31 months. Also, Sam Not Samuel, thank you for the 32 months. Charlie's downstairs. Charlie's not here right now. What is up, everybody? We're gonna be talking all Justice Hunters related stuff today. We're gonna open some Justice Hunters as well. We're going to talk about the new archetypes. I'm gonna try my best to give an introduction to the new format and what I expect to happen with these new cards coming out, because it is looking to be one of the most impactful sets of the year, if not the most impactful set of the year. Honestly, it might be. It might just be the most impactful set of 2025. Of course, we don't know all the things that are yet to release later on in the year, but it's looking like it might be the most impactful set for Yu-Gi-Oh! Which is funny because it's a side set, but it is very strong. So we're gonna talk about all that. Gonna talk about the individual archetypes in there and try to understand how they work and why they are so good or not so good. And that's gonna be fun. We'll see how long that takes. I imagine it will take a decent amount of time, but it should be fine. So yeah. Crossover Breakers is also very impactful as a side set. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I feel like the term side set is a little bit misleading, because like the deck build packs, I feel like just they have less new cards, but they just feel more focused. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like the main sets are trying to do a lot of things at the same time. They're introducing like a couple of new archetypes, a couple of and then a lot of legacy support as well for older decks, which like some of it is going to be good, some of it is not going to be as good. Then there's also, I feel like there's more filler in main sets these days. You know, there's like a lot of cards that I feel like they are just making to get to the 80 card threshold, which is 80 cards is the size of a main set in the OCG, but like they're not actually trying to make them good cards. And the side sets is really just like, here's 3 new archetypes, and it just so happens that recently all 3 of those archetypes have been good, you know? Which is funny. I thought about that recently. I thought about the fact that like, I feel like the side sets or the deck build packs might actually be better for like something like a sneak peek. I was thinking about that last week because I was like, why is there no sneak for Justice Hunters? Because I feel like, just in theory, if you like open a couple packs of Justice Hunters, it feels like you'd be more likely to be able to actually build a sealed deck that actually has some synergies in it, right? And actually is playable. I've never heard someone make this argument, so it just occurred to me for the first time like last week. I was like, why aren't people trying this at least? I was thinking about trying that at some point, maybe with Justice Hunters, just to see if like that would actually work as like a pack to do sealed or draft with. Because I would imagine as someone who's done draft before and cubes before, I could imagine it being fun with to draft with Justice Hunters, right? Because you just sit down with some people and you try to go after one of the archetypes and you try to like figure out what your neighbors are chasing. Like if the person right next to you never gives you a canine card, you're like, oh well, they're probably collecting canines, so I should go after not the canines because I'm less likely to go for them. You know what I mean? I feel like that could be a fun thing to do. Right? The issue with drafting a deck build pack is it's just grabbing the archetypes. Maybe, but like there's also some the other stuff in the set. There's also some independently good cards, right? Because they try to put like cards that support the archetypes in there. I don't know, but isn't draft always about just grabbing the stuff that belongs together? Right? Like when you draft in Magic, all you're trying to do is you draft the good cards for your colors, right? Like how is it different when you draft Justice Hunters and you try to draft all the good like canine stuff? Right? That is the part of the That's kind of part of what drafting is, right? Sometimes the draft synergies are looser. Yeah, I mean, but I'm sure you could build a deck that has like a couple of the free agent cards in the set or whatever. But I don't know. It was just a thought I had. I haven't tried it, but I thought about trying it, and I think it's pretty obvious that it's going to be better than drafting a main set. Do you know that's my point. It's not like it's not guaranteed to be good, but it's got to be better than drafting a core set, right? Like it's got to be. There's no way it's not. So that's what I was thinking, because they still have sneaks for the core sets. So like why not for the deck build packs, because those seem more fitting. Also, Offec, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. All the Yummy monsters are URs. You can't build a Yummy deck. That is a fair point. Yes, in the case of Yummy, in this pack specifically, all the main deck Yummies are Ultra, so that kind of doesn't work. Yeah, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. But yeah. Okay, why don't we warm up and then we do all the things Justice Hunters related. Let's guess some cards. What deck are you picking up for the format? I mean, I don't know yet. This is Philly or early. Damn it. 50-50 lost. Good start. This feels somewhat familiar, but I'm not sure what it is. Who are you? Amazement Ambassador. Okay. No, I would have never guessed that one. I'm glad I skipped. Oh, Waboku, of course. Oh, I didn't need that zoom. That's a Dark World? I think that's Gren. It is a Dark World. Which one is it? It's not Ceruli. Kaki? Dark World. Yeah, that one. Millennium Seeker. Okay. Ooh, that is a ninjutsu art of transformation. Yeah. This feels familiar. Magic Drain. That is Grarl. Oh, dude, this is Synchro. No, not Synchro World. I thought it was Synchro Wave. This one? Oh, okay, I'm wasting time. Okay, this is so far off. Okay, what was I thinking? Oh, Barrier Statue of the Heaven. Oh, that's a Performa Pal. Or like Perform Mage. Flame Eater, I think. Yeah. This feels familiar. Wait, that's a Paleo. That's Hallucigenia. Soul Charge. I've seen, this is super old. I have no idea what it's called. I have no idea what it's called, but I've seen, it's like very old. It might be a vanilla monster. Giganto. Okay. Should I know this one? Okay, no, I shouldn't. Raid Raptor. Sarcophagus. The first. The second. The third. Damn it. Oh, it's Timidity. I got baited into thinking it was a sarcophagus card. That's a roid. Truck roid? Police roid? Isn't there... Oh, patrol roid? No. What is it called? Patroid? Ah. What's going on here? I do not know. Metaphys Dimension. Oh, okay. Seventh Eternity. Oh, I know him. Oh God, it's not ice barrier. No, it's not an ice barrier. I don't know his name, man. Yeah, mysterious guard. That's double summon. This, I feel like it's a psychic card. The one with the weird name, Meepsia. Is it that one? Yeah. Dare I say washed? Not yet. Wait, it is that, right? Phantom Dragon Ray Bronto? Yeah. We're not even halfway through. Calm down. We can still save. We can still salvage this. Cobium. Zushin the Sleeping Giant. Infernoid. There's gotta be an Infernoid, but which one? Infernoid. Saitsemas? Nice. Cloudian? No. We've had him 1,000 times, dude. Laval Dual Slasher? Was it that? Laval the Greater. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Rhoda. I think that's an Insector card, but I have no idea what it's called. Zect conversion. Come on, man. What the hell is a cataclysmic cryonic Caldo? Beast Warrior Puma. I don't think this is the run, chat. Look, it's a little washed, probably. Likely. But come on, man. Nouvelle. Okay, there's too many nouvelles. Balamunier. Okay. Gen X, Ally, Triarm. Triforce? Triarm or Triforce? Nice. 1 of 50-50 for once. Is that heavy poly? Oh, it's a poly though. Which one is it? It's not super poly, ultra poly. So they made super, ultra, heavy. Is there a mega poly? Are they going to make a omega poly, giga poly? That's quick again. Pot of riches? Fields Kashira. E. Is that Gearclaw Cash? I never noticed it had that much green on it. But yeah, it is. That is our rivals, I think. Nope, I lied. I still think it's a rivals, by the way. Staring contest, okay. That is Recital Starling, I think. No, it is a Lyrilusk though. Which one is it? Lyrilusk. Is it Assembled Nightingale? Oh yeah, it's the one that attacks directly, of course. Yeah. I'm not going to try and guess the Quakimeru spell. Core Blaster. Test Tiger. Gauge. Photon. Is it Starliege? It's not Paladynamo? Same thing. Oh, look, it's Happy Sangan. It's Happy Sangan, but what is this on? It's not Shared Right. It's not Mistaken Arrest, because he's not happy on those. I think it's, well, Mistake, I think. But he's not supposed to be happy on Mistake, but he doesn't know yet. He doesn't know yet on Mistake. Something with tunes. But I don't know. I don't know what this is. Toon Terror. Where's the terror? Oh, that is the volcanic thingy. What is it? What's it called again? The blaze accelerator, but like the bigger one. Tri-blaze, yeah. Dude, this is like Cyber's Wizard. No, Cyber's Magician. Voted. We exactly 600. I can't believe I'm like somewhat happy about the fact that we got to 600 on this round. And they hit me with a Blackwing last second. I know it's a black. I've seen it before. I have no idea what it's called though. It is a Blackwing though. It was a heraldic beast. Never mind. I lied. It was not even a Blackwing. Let's just never talk about this ever again. Oh, level 4 dark monster, 1500 attack. From way back in the day. Not an effect monster. Oh, okay. A dark vanilla. A dark vanilla with 1500 attack. Let me think. That's possible. What about it's level 4. Level 4 dark. What about Koji? No, that's a dark. That's an earth. Okay, it's not that. What about 1500 level 4 dark? Ancient elf? No, it's not 1500 and not a dark. What about the little dragon? What about the little dragon? Komori dragon? What's the defense? Not Komori dragon. Okay. Dude. What else is 1500 attack? There's a zombie. I think 3-legged zombie or something. No, that's not 15. That's not the one I meant. Armored zombie. That's 1500, but it's level 3. Unfortunate. Mystic clown. Mystic clown. All right, there we go. What is this? This is Yugi starter deck, right? Is it Yugi or Kaiba? Is it or Joey? It's in one of the starter decks, isn't it? Yugi, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, let's do the Matrix. I thought it was fun yesterday to do the Matrix. Yeah, we're opening packs in a second. Also, Rough Life, Razor, and Mr. May and Rio Kane. Thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Okay. We're looking for Link or Xyz monster, but dragon in the name, not a dragon. All right. The first one that comes to mind, Firewall Dragon. Firewall Dragon is not a dragon. But we'll take, because we want to take the more, let's do Firewall Dragon. Let's do Terahertz, my favorite one. 1%, easy clap. Okay. Beast in the name, but not a beast. Oh. A Link or Xyz that has beast in the name, but is not a beast. Oh, okay. Beast in the name, but not a beast. Link or Xyz. Link or Xyz, beast in the name. Dude, I can't even think of a Link that has beast in the name. What about an Xyz? Oh! Draco Sack. Draco Sack. Because that's a Mecha Phantom Beast. Nice. Okay. Light in the name, but not a light. Jesus. What has light in the name? Lightsworn? Twilightsworn. But Twilightsworns have no Xyz or Link. I don't think. Twilight Sworn is a good shout for the other categories, though. Maybe Dark Monster. Yeah, there's that's gonna be good. What else has light in its name but is not light monsters? Light ray, but those are all lights. Herald of Arclight is a light monster. What if I type light? Does it show me? A Boa Q. Is a Boa Q? Okay, now I feel like I cheated because I typed light and then I saw, oh yeah, a Boa Q works. Okay, I'm not gonna do that again. I'm not gonna type it. That did not feel like I actually did something for it. Okay, we need machine, fiend, or spellcaster with dragon in the name. Oh god. A machine, fiend, or spellcaster with dragon in the name. God. I feel like machine would be the easiest, right? A machine. What's a machine dragon? Is there a machine dragon? Barrel dragon. Barrel dragon. Barrel dragon is not a dragon, is it? Yeah, okay, nice. Machine, fiend, or spellcaster beast in the name. Oh, crazy beast, right? Please tell me that's fiend. It is fiend. Okay, nice. Machine, fiend, or spellcaster with light in the name but not a. Oh, we could have used a Boa Q. I can't use the same card again, can I? Well, I mean that'd be whack anyways. Now I can use Twilight Sworn. Now I can use Twilight Sworn Lila, right? That's a spellcaster. Yep. Okay. All right. Dark Monster. That's a dragon, but not that has dragon in the name, but not a dragon. Okay, we could have used Terahertz for this one. Can't use Firewall now. What is Firewall Singularity a dark, or is Firewall? Let me use a Twilight Sworn here. Twilight Sworn. It can be any Twilight Sworn, I think. They're all darks. So let's do Jane. Dark Monster, dragon in the name. Punishment Dragon is a dragon. Dark Arm Dragon is a dragon. Dude, there's so many dragons that are not there's so many cards called dragon. We make fun of it all the time. Oh, there's Mirror Jade. Yeah, but that was more common. Okay. Now we look for a beast that's not a beast. But our crazy beast would have worked here too. What about the other crazy beast? DD crazy beast. Oh, but that is a beast. No, that is a beast. That is a beast. I know that's a beast. Dark Beast. Dark Beast. Oh. Dark Beckoning Beast. All right. Today's most popular answers. Okay. We had the most popular in Dark Beckoning Beast, Mirror Jade, Jane, and a Bow. It was only okay. It was all right. Yeah, okay. Not bad. How is this not Giga washed? Come on. I could have taken a different Twilight Sworn. Twilight Sworn was a good call. No, it was fine. Shut up. This one was not washed. This one was not washed. This one was fine. All right. And with that, welcome everyone to Justice Hunter Release Day stream. We have a couple of things regarding Justice Hunters to do today. We're going to open some Justice Hunters, and then we are going to talk about the archetypes in Justice Hunters. I'm going to try my best to explain the archetypes in the set, even though they are also a little new to me, of course. But yeah. So today we also have more than one box to open today from different sponsors. So that's going to be fun. We are going to start with a box from SmartGuard over here. Of course, you know SmartGuard, longtime sponsor of the channel. So shout outs to them for sending me over a box whenever a new set drops. So we're going to be opening up a box of Justice Hunters from them. So let us see what we're going to get. The cool thing for me when it comes to opening Justice Hunters is that I genuinely can see myself playing all three of the archetypes in here. Like I have interest in all three of the archetypes. I think obviously I'm going to need a K9 package, and I'm hoping to pull Izuna because it's the most expensive card in the set. Because that is just, I think the K9 engine is going to be a very relevant engine for a decent amount of time. And arguably, probably the best cards in the set are the K9 cards. Even though the deck itself, the pure K9 deck, is not the most powerful out of the set. But yeah, so that's something I'm looking for. But also, I think Yami is looking to be pretty strong, especially with the new support in Doom of Dimension, which we're also going to take a little look at later down today. Like there's a video from Sunny about Doom of Dimension I wanted to check out. And then there's Draco Tail, which I'm not going to lie to you, even though it's currently looking like it is the least impactful of the three immediately, it's looking, to me, it looks like the most fun one. Like not even close. I think Draco Tail looks dope. So I'm honestly happy to pull all three of the archetypes in this pack. So, and I think it's looking to be a good set because of that, because there's like all three archetypes are good in here. Now I don't remember exactly what the pull rates for this are going to be. Like I don't know what the chances are we're gonna get a Starlight or a collector's rare, and how many ultras you're supposed to pull, but we will see. A little closer, huh? Are we? Okay. We start things off with Ejim Chain, Kinka Bio. We have Cupsy Yummy. Wait, I'm gonna put the stuff for the archetypes over here. Paradise Smasher gets a reprint. We have Draco Tail Pan, Jack in the Hand, and a K9 Lantern. K9 Lantern, I believe, is the one that revives one from the graveyard, which is typically just a one-off at maximum in the decks that play K9. We have Draco Tail Gulamel, which is the second fusion monster in the deck. We have Overlay Booster. We have number 61 Volcasaurus, which I think is a good reprint because that actually was going up in price. We have a Piri Rise map because you can play it in Yummy. That's why it's in here. We have a Cross Sheep. We have a Millennium Eyes Restrict. We have Rahu Draco Tail, which is the 50% branded fusion for Draco Tail. Fusion summon a Draco Tail from your extra deck using monsters from hand, deck, or field. And then you are locked into fusions for the rest of the turn. But the reason why it's only 50% branded fusion is because all of the Draco Tail monsters require a monster from hand. It says on the cards. So that's it's basically branded fusion, but not quite as powerful in Draco Tail. We have Obedience Schooled. I'm so happy this card is in here. Otherwise, it was going to be so expensive. We have one of the Yummy field spells, a croak, whatever. We have a Gravity Controller, Ejim Chain, Marshall Metal Marcher, which is good for Yummy, Draco Tail Horn, one of the trap cards, And the first ultra we get is Lollipop. Little yummy Lollipop. Let's go. We have Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones. I saw this morning that they gave Hornet Drones a collector's rare in this pack, which is really cool. We got Nash Knight. We got Imperial Princess Queen Query. Jack in the Hand. Cookie Yummy Way. Yummy Redemption. And a super rare version of Jack in the Hand. Some of the rares, or most of the rares, have the potential to be a super rare in this pack as well. Which I personally I prefer the rares anyways. But yeah. All right, we got a Millennium Ice Restrict. We got a Patchwork. We have Cupsy Yummy Way. Mysterion the Dragon Crown. Draco Tail Horn. And a super rare version of Cookie Yummy Way. We have the Sea Nash Knight. The Canine Trap card, which I don't believe is played. A Poly. Durandal. And another super rare Jack in the Hand. How many ultras are you supposed to get? Is it 4 or 5? I saw someone get 5 in the openings for sure. I remember that. 4? Okay. Arclight reprint, which is good for Yummy. We have another Cupsy Yummy Way. We have a Mysterion the Dragon Crown. There's another Hornet Drones. And we have a Draco Tail Ultra Rare. Draco Tail Mululu. Which I believe the Draco Tails are the worst ultras in terms of value. I mean, actually, no. The worst ultra rare, I think, is Canine Lupus. But the Draco Tails are not that expensive either. We have Yummy Redemption, Yummysmond Mignon, Gravity Controller, Millennium Eyes Restrict, Kinkabio, Cross Sheep, and Canine LC Release Restraint. We have the Lollipop Synchro. Another Smasher, another Gulamel. I don't know why this is in here, to be honest with you. Overlay Booster, Artifact Durendal, and a Canine Jockle. This is a good one. This is the one you usually play 3 of in K9 builds. Outside of course, you play 3 Izunas, but Jockle is usually also a 3 of, so that's good. It's the one that summons from hand. Another one of the Yummy Field spells. Another Hornet Drones. Another Controller. Another Mysterion. The rares are getting repetitive at this point. I think that's the first time we pulled Vimana. And we have a Key2 Dragon Tail, which is the Dragon Tail Rhoda, basically. It's a Rhoda with an upside, even. It's add a Draco Tail from your deck to your hand. And if your opponent has a monster, you can also fuse, which is pretty good. Yeah, it's Rhoda with benefits. Yeah. We got the other Draco Tail Trap, Draco Tail Flame. Another Rise Map, Draco Tail Pan. Behemoth. Another Draco Tail Horn. Another Patchwork. And the first K9 Ripper. I'm not surprised this is a super rare because there's so many good cards in this pack. They had to make some good cards super rares only. But I don't know. I just felt like Ripper was going to be like an ultra, but Ripper is probably the best super rare in the set, besides Jockle. But yeah, I mean the K9s in general only having 2 ultras means that a lot of good cards for K9 are super. But Ripper is obviously a great card. We got Kinkabio, Vimana. And another Lantern. Yummy way into a reprint of the Archfiend Seraph, which I believe is also a decent reprint, right? Because that card has been going up because of like 7th Tachyon reasons. So that's not bad. We got Canine Hound over here. Didn't know that was a rare only. But they don't actually play it, I think, most of the time, so all right. Draco Tail Flame, Super Rush Recklessly, Canine Release Restraint, the rare version, and another Rahu Draco Tail. C104. C104 is not in here, that is in fact a bummer, yeah. We got another Hound, we got another Nash Knight, Metal Marchers. It feels like such a nice concept in general that, like, I've been saying this in the past, but just like these reprints alongside these new archetypes, it just feels like it makes so much sense. I think this would be it'd be so much better if they did this in core sets as well. Instead of the last 20 pack fillers or whatever, why not just put like cards in there that are gonna get more expensive because of those new cards, right? You know what I mean? They should just do that. Instead of some of the pack filler that no one needs anyways, just put some good reprints in there, you know? Yeah, Obedience Schooled, Yummy Field Spell, Canine. Got King of the Swamp, which is a pretty good option for Draco Tail decks. We got Draco Tail Pan, Herald of the Arclight, and you got Cookie! Cookie! So we're down 3 Ultras. So far, we haven't gotten Cupsy yet, though, which is a shame. No Cupsy yet. We got Dragon Tail Urgula, Yummy Redemption, Edge and Chain. King of the Swamp, and another Key to Dragon Tail. Release Restraint. Overlay Booster, Lollipop, Urgula. Oh, okay. We got a collector's rare Lollipop. I like that. I love collector's rares, especially the ones that are not from Rarity Collection. That's a good one. I like that. A Lollipop. Now, let me sleeve that one. Probably should have sleeved the ultra rares too. Go. We got a second Jockle, which is good. Gonna need 3 of those. Flame. Another Werewolf. Is this the highest rarity for the Exceeds probably have collector's rare prints, right? The Werewolf and the Ripper and stuff. Or Starlights. You put a Yummy Synchro in the wrong place. It's fine. I'm gonna have enough of them anyways. Not important. Draco Tail Pan. Where Arv though? King of the Swamp. Cross Sheep and Snatchy. Okay, this was definitely a yummy box. This was definitely a very, very heavy yummy box. We got 3 yummy ultras and a yummy collector's rare. So we pulled Snap, which I'm fine with. I mean, the yummy ultras are good, all of them, because they are all 3 ofs in the deck. So pulling like 3 yummy ultras is definitely good. I mean, the only ultra that's, broken to pull is what's it called? Izuna. Every other ultra that's not Izuna is just fine. Right? Even Lupus, it's not expensive, but it's still a good card. But like Lupus is the worst one, Izuna is the best one, everything else is just solid. I think I have like infinite Urgulas already. Okay, another Lantern. 4 Ultra, 1 CR so far, yep. We're done with the Obedience Schooled. We probably have all the Synchros by now. I mean, I'm not too worried about getting enough of all the rares. We have a case for K9. This is the first one. Yeah, this was definitely a good card. Also a super rare. This is the K9 starter, but also a search target a lot of the times. What are the odds we'll get a Starlight? I mean, in this box, I would say it's unlikely. I don't know how often you can get a Starlight and a Collector's Rare in the same box. Of course, I'd be very happy, but I'm not expecting it. More Obedience Schooled. Most likely, this is just going to be a super rare, right? Yeah, it's a Dracotail Gulameldo, which is a super rare upgrade over the rares we've pulled so far. Okay, so the first box has blessed us with 3 yummy ultras. Let me move out a little bit. 3 yummy ultras. A yummy collector's rare. As well as, what was the other ultra? I forget. Dracotail Mululu. Yeah. Okay. All right. Once again, shout outs to SmartGuard for sponsoring this box. Very happy about that. And but we got more. We got more. We got 3 more boxes to be exact. We're opening a decent amount of Justice Hunters. Can you tell I'm hyped for the set? We got 3 more boxes. We got 3 more boxes courtesy of Beamer Tony. And Beamer Tony said it'd be really cool if I could open them on stream. So I said, sure, I can do that. And as well, they said it would be really cute if I could put their cat on screen. They wanted to give a shout out to their cat. And I'm a cat friend, you know me. So we're gonna put Ruffy over here. Ruffy's gonna follow us during the opening. Which that was the only thing they asked. They were like, you know, can you please put my cat on the screen while opening? I was like, yeah, I can do that. That's no problem. So shout outs to Beamer Tony. Check him out on Cart Market. And yeah, let's do that. Let's begin. Where's the real cat, Charlie? Charlie's downstairs. Charlie's vibing downstairs. All right, so 3 more boxes to go. Hopefully we can pull at least 1 Izuna. That's what I'm really hoping for. Honestly, that's the cool. This set is fun to open for me, especially compared to like the last core set, because like everything I'm pulling, I feel good about. You know, like the yummy cards, the Dracotail cards. I want to try them all. And then you have the chance to pull some really nice collectors and starlights. Like it's a fun set to open. And I just want to like, if I can get 1 Izuna out of 4 boxes, I'm already going to be happy. That's all I want. That's all I want. All right. I don't think we have to go through every single rare now. Cause like, you know, we've seen them all at this point. So let's go a little faster. We got Forced Release here as a super rare. Oh, hold up. Let me go back. Go back to the close view, but I don't have the cat here. I can't have that. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. Yeah, Forced Release. I'll skip all the rares for now. I'm gonna have all of it. Whee! Yummy surprise. Another Rahu Draco Tail. I believe that's the third one. Needed 3 of that. That's good. That was the first surprise. It was the first release, forced release as well, which I believe is the one they play. It is the one they play in all of the hybrid versions. We have the third key to Dragon Tail as well. That's good. We have no Izuna yet. No Izuna, but we're gonna pull hell of Izunas in these boxes for sure. Or a Dracotail Lucius. Dracotail Lucius, another Dracotail Ultra. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Next up, we have another yummy surprise. And another K9 werewolf. Another yummy surprise. Okay. Sure. We got no surprises in the first box and then like 3 in the first 5 packs or something. We get another Lantern. This is either the 3rd or 4th copy. Yeah, the third yummy surprise was not really a surprise anymore. That's fair. Another werewolf. For which archetype are you the most hyped? I think Dracotail, simply because I think it's the one that looks the most fun. I think Yummy has the coolest artworks. I think Dracotail looks the most fun. And K9 looks to be the most meta relevant right now because of K9 Vanquish Soul. So they all have something going for them, I think. All right, another forced release. Sure. Another case for K9. What's the Vanquish Soul K9 synergy? It's mostly because K9 has a lot of level 5. Because Vanquish Soul has level 5 synergy with Jiaolong, and because the attributes are great for it. Because it's all dark and a little bit of earth. Okay, we got another cookie. Another cookie. That is our second cookie. And a second Ripper. We need that one. Still no Izunas. Dude, I'm pulling so many yummies. Second Snatchy. All right, we need that too. Another Key 2 Dragon Tail. Ooh, a super rare version of Dracotail Flame. How do you guys feel about the super rare upgrades to the rares? Is this something that people like? Is this cool? I'm personally I'm indifferent about it. I don't think it's like bad, but I also don't really care about it. But I imagine some people prefer the super rares over the rares. So it's like, you know, sometimes you're happy about pulling like a super rare that normally isn't a super rare. Okay, we should be getting one more Ultra and potentially, maybe if we get lucky, but we only have 2 more packs. So this is the one. One of these is going to have the Izuna. Not this one. Okay, one more pack. Otherwise, this box only had 3 Ultras. Okay, only 3 Ultras in this box. Badge. Or did I miscount? No, we have 7 ultras now. All right. All right. It's fine. The next one is gonna have 2 Izunas. Looks like the universe wants me to play Yummy. Aren't we looking at 8 ultras? No, this is a collector's rare lollipop that I got in the first box. That's the 3rd Jokel? That is the 2nd lollipop. I'm telling you, they want me to play Yummy. But no Cupsy yet. Dude, we got 2 lollipop, 2 cookie, 2 snatchy, even a collector's rare lollipop, but no Cupsy. Where are my Cupsies? Super rare cross sheep, all right. Another Ripper. That's the 3rd one. That's a Starlight. It's the Starlight that starts with a D, so it's probably Draco Tail, right? Probably a Draco Tail Starlight. Ooh, it's a Starlight Lucius. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got a Starlight Lucius. That is a pretty card. I'm telling you. That is a pretty card. Very happy about that. All right. This box has already redeemed itself. Very nice. Another Yummy surprise. How many boxes? We have 4 in total, and we are currently on box number 3. A9 Werewolf. Still no Izuna and no Cupsy, though. And there's also 2 other Draco Tail Ultras I haven't pulled yet, right? What's the other 2 called? Flame. My mana. Oh, dude! I saw K9! I saw K9! Oh my god! I mean, I guess we did get a Starlight in this box. We did get it. We can't complain about that, but I was about to be so happy, dude. I saw K9 and I was like, yes, it's gonna be the Izuna. That is Lupus. All right, you know, hey, come on, it's okay. We got a Starlight in this box. We can't complain. It is Lupus. It is Lupus. Nah, dude. All right. All right. No, we really can't complain anymore about this box. No, we really cannot complain about this box anymore. That's crazy. Yeah, okay. Okay. Now we're talking. Nice. Nice. That was a crazy box. Starlight, Lucius, and Izuna in one box. And we still have potentially another Ultra. We only have 3 from this box so far. A Hound. Super rare Durendal. Okay. We got like 6 more packs in this box. Another case for K9. All right, yeah, a fine mana. We indeed do another ultra rare. That's the first copy of Draco Tail Fine Mana. So we have 1 Mululu, 1 Lucius, and 1 Fine Mana. I believe the 4th Draco Tail ultra rare is the fusion monster, the Arthalion or something. I forgot what it's called. So this box, unless we get insanely lucky and we pull a collector's in this box should just have super rares now. E2 Draco Tail. I just clipped the Zuna poll. Is it okay to post it in chat? Of course, yeah. Feel free to post it. And a Rahu Draco Tail. Yep, in fact. Okay. Last box. Last box of the day. I'm already happy. Look, we got a collector's rare, we got a Starlight, we got an Izuna. Whatever we pull in here is just a bonus. I would really want to pull 1 Cupsy. just cause. So the ultra rares we haven't pulled yet are Cupsy and one of the Draco Tail fusion, right? That's the only ultras we haven't pulled yet at all. So yeah. I mean, of course, the most insane thing that could happen is pulling a second Izuna. That'd be the craziest thing we could do. Or another premium rare, right? All right, K9 Lantern. Copsy! Dude, ask and you shall receive. Let's go. There it is. There it is. We got Cupsy. Cupsy over here. All right. Case for K9. Lantern. We got a super rare version of one of the yummy field spells. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's K9. It's the K9 Ultra. Come on. No, not again. Okay, dude. All right. I said, dude, I hate that. I hate the K9 ultra rare minigame because when you open the pack and you're like, okay, that says K9, there's only 2 outcomes. It's either the best ultra rare in the set by far or the worst ultra rare in the set by far. It's like when you pull a Yummy Ultra, they're all literally worth the same because they're all 3 ofs in the same deck. So like every Yummy Ultra I think is the exact same amount of money. For Draco Tail, I think it's pretty much the same as well because I think they're also all 3 ofs. But the K9 ones, it's like either it's the best Ultra or the worst Ultra. Well, it's all right. You know, it's all right. Rahu Draco Tail. Super rare Cross Sheep. Another Ripper. Super rare Yummy Way. Another super rare Yummy Field Spell. There we go. And with that, we have pulled every single ultra rare that you can pull, which is cool. We've got Dracotail Arthelion in this one. All right, so this is the third ultra of this box, which means we should be getting one more. And if we get lucky, we might get like a nice card as well. Did you see the yummy names in German? I did see it. I think it's it's hilarious. Oh my god. Okay, nah, that's correct. That's insane. That's insane. We've been rewarded for pulling the lupus both times by pulling an Azuna right after. That's crazy. That's crazy. Nah, these boxes have been nice. I mean, at this point, I'm already super happy. We got 6 packs left to try and pull a good like a premium rare, but we don't need it to be happy about this. We don't need it. We got a super rare Paradise Smasher. Would you look at that? Isn't that cool? Oh. I didn't expect another Ultra, but I'll take it. We got another Lucius. The cat must be present for all the openings. Yeah, dude, Ruffy blessed these pulls. All right, last pack of the opening. It is a Jack in the Hand super rare. All right, 4 boxes. 4 boxes we got. 4 boxes we got. 7 Yummy Ultras, 2 Snatchy, 2 Cookie, 2 Lollipop, and a Cupsy. We've got 5 Dracotail Ultras, 1 Arthelion, 1 Phimena, 2 Lucius, 1 Mululu. And we've got, most importantly, 2 Izunas. 2 Izunas is massive. That's very lucky. And 2 Lupus. And we even got a Collector's Rare and a Starlight Rare. So, I think it's safe to say that from my perspective, at least from opening 4 boxes, this set is a lot more fun to open than other sets previously. But yeah, no, that's definitely good. That's definitely very, very good. All right. Hand from the side. Yeah, she just wanted to grab some of the trash. Okay. Nice. I especially like the fact that I pulled nothing like 4 times, which I guess would have been rather unfortunate unless it was Izuna. But like pulling the same Ultra 4 times in 4 boxes would have been annoying. But yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Once again, shout outs to SmartGuard and Beamer Tony for sending me these boxes. I appreciate you guys for doing that. And hope everyone enjoyed a little bit of a Justice Hunters opening. Pure Canine plays 2 Lupus. I mean, yeah, I'm not pissed about pulling 2 Lupus. I still would have rather pulled other Ultras and just buy the Lupus. But it's okay. It was definitely a very lucky opening. Okay, now that we have done that, I want to talk about the new format, basically, because I do believe that Justice Hunters is the most important and impactful set of the year that we know of so far. You know, like maybe there's another set coming out at a later time that is going to be insane that we don't know about. But from the stuff that we know so far, this set, Justice Hunters, is going to be a major shakeup to the format, even more than Crossover Breakers has been last year. And we all know how impactful Crossover Breakers was in 2024, or even until now. And I think this set is arguably better than Crossover Breakers, because instead of 2 good archetypes in Crossover Breakers with Malice and Ryziel, we have 3 good archetypes in this set. And I think it's a good day because it is Justice Hunters release day. It's a good day to talk about those 3 new archetypes separately. The first archetype I want to talk about is K9, because K9 is likely to be a very, very impactful archetype even beyond its own deck, you know, because for the most part, Draco Tail and Yummy are individual decks that are pretty strong, but K9 is different because it is very strong as an engine. So we're gonna go through this basically from the beginning and like walk through the K9 cards, even for the people that are not familiar with them yet, because I want this to be as insightful as possible for people that even might lack the context of this stuff because they haven't looked into the set yet, because there's a lot of people that only look into the cards once the set is actually out. And so we're going to talk about K9 first. Now, K9 is a deck that is very heavily rank 5 centric. It is a very rank 5 centric deck. It is playable as a pure deck. However, it usually is being played as an engine in other decks because it just doesn't have the card quality for a 40 card pure K9 deck. Basically, it's lacking a little bit on that department. But we're talking about this first by going over the main deck monsters and what they facilitate. So arguably the best K9 main deck monster is K9 Izuna, which is obviously the most expensive card in Justice Hunters besides any of the premium rarity stuff. If your opponent has 2 or more cards in their hand, you can normal summon this card without tributing. This is a sentence that you're going to find on multiple K9 cards. Some of the other ones have this too, because obviously everything is level 5. So they have a way to be normal summoned without a tribute. This is something to keep in mind sometimes when you play against the deck. If you have the option, let's say you have a spell card in your hand and you're thinking about, should I set this as a bluff or whatever? If this brings you down to 1 card in hand at the end of your turn, it can be an advantage just in case your opponent is playing some K9 cards. So you can go down to 1 card in hand, and that's going to make it harder for your opponent to normal summon the K9s. You can only use each of the following effects of Izuna once per turn. During the main phase, if your opponent has activated a monster effect in the hand or graveyard this turn, quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send the K9 card from your deck to the graveyard, except Izuna. Now, this is one of the reasons why I believe the K9 cards are such a good engine, is because K9 Izuna is basically a hand trap. And we're going to see how this effect, because this effect in itself does not really interrupt the opponent, but we're going to see in a second how you can interrupt the opponent on the opponent's turn with Izuna. So any deck that activates effects in hand or graveyard is going to play into some of the K9 bonus effects, because this is not the only card that has something to do with hand or graveyard effects. So basically, pretty simple. You can normal summon this without a tribute in certain situations, and you can special it from your hand if your opponent has activated a monster effect in hand or grave. Most importantly, you don't have to respond to your opponent's effect with this. This is not like a trigger or whatever. This is just something that if it's happened this turn, you can do it. This can be used both defensively when your opponent is going first, but it can also be used offensively to play through something like a Nibiru, Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, or whatever. You know, like if your opponent hand traps you with some of these cards, you can use these to extend. And I think the next most important one is K9 Lupus, which is, funnily enough, this is the best ultra rare in Justice Hunters. This is the worst one to pull because this one is just a one-of in most of the decks. But this is the one you send for Izuna most of the time. An Xyz monster that has this card as material can't be targeted. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. During the main phase, if your opponent has activated a monster effect in hand or grave this turn, quick effect, You can special summon this card from your hand, but banish it when it leaves the field. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can Xyz summon using this card you control. Yeah. So this is how you turn Izuna into a disruption. Your opponent has activated a card effect in hand or grave, a monster effect most importantly, and you will special summon Izuna from your hand. Then you will send a Lupus from your deck to the graveyard, and you will be able to bring it back from the grave immediately, basically, because it's the same requirement that Izuna has, right? And so you're going to be able to bring the Lupus back, and then you're going to be able to overlay with these two because you have 2 level 5s on the board, and that level 5 is also now untargetable. So we're going to talk about some of the rank 5 options you have later, but basically this gives you the opportunity to make a rank 5 Xyz on your opponent's turn, which can interrupt your opponent, but also set up your board at the same time. Also, most importantly, the Lupus, once you overlay with it, will go back into the graveyard later on. So on future turns, if your opponent keeps activating monster effects in hand or grave, you can keep bringing back the Lupus to potentially quick Xyz on future turns for your opponent again. So this is a really powerful engine even outside of the K9 deck, which is why I think this is so relevant. I'm going to cover the main deck monsters first. The next important one is K9 Jockle. Also, Noroi over here is not out yet in Justice Hunters. This is a card from Doom of Dimension, so we're going to skip over that for now. But Jockle, if your opponent has 2 or more cards in hand, you can normal summon it without tributing. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can reveal this card and 1 other level 5 in your hand. Special summon both, but they cannot be used as material for the Xyz summon of a light monster. During your main phase, you can add a non-aqua K9 from your deck to your hand. So this is one of the reasons why this deck has such great synergy with other decks, because it lets you get level 5 monsters out of your hand. Because in a lot of strategies, level 5 monsters are usually, they can be bricky, right? Like you're thinking, let's think K9 Crystron, for example, which is one very popular version of the deck in the OCG. You can just summon your Solfefnirs or Solfadors out of your hand. Also in K9 Vanquish Soul, you know, something like a Jiaolong, which normally is only good if you already have Vanquish Soul combos and you can already do your Vanquish Soul stuff. You can summon it out of your hand with Jockle, and it's very easy to get it onto the field. So this thing is really good because it lets you get 2 level 5s out of your field immediately, which sets up a rank 5 play. But you're not forced to do any rank 5 stuff. This does not lock you into rank 5. You can special a Jiaolong and make rock with it if you want to. And then also it goes +1 while doing so, right? Like you special this, and another level 5, and then this adds a non-aqua K9 from your deck to your hand, which is all the other K9s. It just basically means you can't add itself. But you can, this one searches you an Izuna, for example, very easily. So that's pretty cool. So Jockle, really good card. And then the last one is K9 Lantern, which is some decks play it, some decks don't. This is basically usually a one-off because this thing is, it has the same normal summon requirement, and then if this card's in your hand, you can target a level 5 non-pyro K9 in your grave, special summon both it and this card, but they cannot be used for the Xyz summon of a light pyro monster. During your main phase, you can add a K9 spell trap from your deck to your hand. It is a very good card because it basically goes +2 because it summons another K9 from your grave, so it gives you 2 bodies, and then it still adds a K9 spell trap from your deck. So this is really good card advantage, but it's usually just a one-off because you can't do this from the start. You need another K9 for this to be good in the graveyard, which is why most decks opt to play this at 1. I've even seen some decks opt to not play it at all because it can be a pretty mediocre draw on its own. But it is a pretty good card. Because it lets you get just 2 cards for free, basically, once you are already set up a little bit. So it's a really good extender. In terms of the spell traps for the deck, we've got a case for K9, which is one of the best ones. You still only play 1 because you can search it a lot of the times. But the more heavy K9 builds might play 3 of this card. When this card's activated, you can add a K9 monster from your deck to your hand. Plain simple, very good. K9 monsters you control gain 900 attack during any turn in which the opponent has activated a monster effect in hand or grave. 900 is a sizable boost, which is pretty good. If this card in the spell trap zone is destroyed by a card effect, you can set a K9 quick play spell from your deck or grave. You can only use this effect once per turn. You can only activate 1 case of K9 per turn. pretty simple. It's a searcher with some upside. I'm pretty sure in some combos you can use the effect to destroy itself, like because it doesn't have to be destroyed by your opponent. Because they do actually play a K9 quick play spell, which is K9 Forced Release, which says during your main phase, target a K9 Xyz you control, special from your extra deck, a K9 Xyz with a different name. By using that monster you control, this is treated as an Xyz material, transfer the materials, then you can destroy a card your opponent controls. And then at the end of the battle phase, if your K9 monster battled, you can set this card from your grave. So this is basically a rank up spell for K9, which is pretty good. You rank up into another K9. We're going to read over the K9 Xyz in a second, and then you also get to pop another card, which is really strong. There's another K9 rank up spell, but that one is typically not played in the hybrid version simply because this one is better. But this one is target a K9 or rank 5 you control, special from your extra deck, a K9 with a different name. The difference here is that this one can also rank up every rank 5 Xyz monster. This one has to rank up a K9. But usually the upside of being able to destroy a card is too high for people to forego. Like you don't want to play both, and this one just usually is better. But yes. Oh, this is also main phase only. This one is main phase only. This one is not, which is also a slight. So this one is better, but it is like it just doesn't get you to pop, right? And then also it has the same reset at the end of the battle phase. If you're K9 battle, you can set this card from your grave. So they're both decent cards. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're both good, but just being able to pop a card is worth so much that most people decide to play this one over this one. And most people I've seen, they don't play both. So yeah. The trap card, I'm going to skip over the trap card because it does not see play at all, right? No one is playing the trap card. Actually, let me go over here. That's much better. Okay, now the Exceeds. K9 Ripper is by far the best Exceed monster you're gonna play in this deck. 2 level 5 monsters. You can detach a material from this card to add any K9 card from your deck to your hand, and if your opponent has activated a monster effect this turn, you even get the K9 quick play spell for free from deck or graveyard. So sometimes you don't even have to worry about destroying your own case for K9. If your opponent has activated a monster effect this turn, you'll get it for free by going for Ripper. When your opponent activates a monster effect in hand or grave, you can detach a material from this card to negate that effect. So this is one of the options you can go into on your opponent's first turn if you manage to get a rank 5 out there, because it's going to be a non-target monster that can negate a monster effect in hand or grave. Most of the time this is a solid option, but like it's more importantly, it's really powerful when you make it on your first turn, right? You make this on your first turn. This can get you 1 or 2 cards from your deck for free, and then later on it is also a negate for effects in hand or graveyard, which is most importantly something that can negate further hand traps like Nibiru or something. So this card going first is a powerhouse. This is one of the strongest cards in K9, and why it's so good to splash it in other decks is because it's just a way to make combos like Nibiru safe and everything, which is really, really powerful. K9 Ripper is really, really, really strong. Yeah. K9 Hound is another one, but this is also very rarely played. 2 level 5 monsters can't be destroyed by battle or your opponent's card effects to turn its special summoned. Each time your opponent activates a monster effect, this card gains 500 attack. Once per turn during the standby phase, detach a material, target a card on the field, banish it. It's not bad, but it just happens to not be good enough to be included in most of the K9 builds. It's worth noting then when you make this with if you make this with Lupus, it is untargetable, can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, but only during the turn it's special summoned. So like it can be quite an annoying card to out, and I think some of the builds of the deck that have more extra deck space might choose to include it. But for example, K9 Vanquish Soul does not include this card because it just doesn't have room in the extra deck, because there's so many other good rank 5s all of a sudden that you can make with this deck. And then K9 X Werewolf is the one that you rank up into most of the time with your forced release. Most of the time, you're going to be ranking up a Ripper into a Werewolf, which is, well, this card has material. It can attack a number of times each battle phase up to the number of materials. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can detach a material from this card, then activate this effect, depending on whose turn it is. If it's your turn, banish a card from your opponent's field and graveyard. If it's your opponent's turn, look at your opponent's hand, banish a card from it face up until the end phase. This is very, very powerful. Basically, what you are getting from just the K9 cards in this instance is you're getting a Ripper, which can negate a card effect in hand or graveyard, and then you can rank up using the quick play spell into the Werewolf, which pops a card on the field, and then when your opponent activates another card on their turn, you can look at their hand and banish another card. Really, really strong forms of interruption that you're getting from the K9. It's basically, and that's the reason why, another reason why it's being used as an engine or as a hybrid is because on its own, this might not seem good enough to win like most games, right? Like a pop and like a hand trap negate and a banish from hand with hand information. I think that alone is pretty good, but not strong enough to win you games. But if you add this on top of any other engine, if you add this on top of any Vanquish Soul board, on top of any Crystron board, or any other level 5 focused strategy, honestly, that's going to make it's going to turn every combo from strong into unbreakable, right? Like it's going to turn your Vanquish Soul board from very strong into unbeatable. It turns your Crystron combo from very strong to unbeatable. And I think that's the main thing with K9. And in some ways, I actually don't like this about this deck, right? I think as a pure deck, this would be fine. I think it will turn some decks. It'll make some decks from very strong into unbeatable when they go first. Is this deck, right? And we see this in the OCG at the moment. K9 Vanquish Soul is by far the best deck over there at the moment. It has like 26% in the most recent metagame breakdown. And this is just an example list here. Where it's basically the standard Vanquish Soul package that people play in the TCG already. You know, you've got your 1 Caesar, your Borgers, your 3 Holy Sue, of course 3 Jiaolong now because it's level 5. You got your Raisins, your Mad Loves, all the standard stuff. The difference is just your non-engine now, which at the moment people are doing some hand traps in the TCG. You just do K9s because K9s have great synergy with Jiaolong. It happens to be the right attributes for Vanquish Soul as well, right? Like they got a ton of darks and some earth, which earth is not that important, but earth is still fine in Vanquish Soul, right? And it's just a very slim engine that you play. You play 3 Izuna, 3 Jockle, 1 Lantern, 1 Lupus, 1 of each of the spells, and there you go, right? And that is the best deck in the OCG at the moment. The rank 5 options you see in the extra deck here, they actually do play the Hound here. I'm surprised by that. I see a lot of lists without the Hound, but you play Ripper, you play Hound, you play Valon from the recent set, which is a quick effect Book of Moon, which can be a very strong interruption on the opponent's turn. So those are basically your turn 0 options when you're going second and you have Izuna. You usually make Ripper or you make Valon, depending on the deck you're playing against, right? Either hand or graveyard negate or book is what you go into with an Izuna. Which as a hand trap, I think is fine. It's not bad, but it is fine. And that's gonna be strong. On your turn, there's other rank 5 options, of course. I think most of the time you're gonna go for Ripper on your own turn. And but you're gonna also want to go for stuff like the Nash Knight package, which is going to be very prominent or is very prominent in the OCG at the moment. There's different options you can do. Some people are opting to play the Masquerade package. Some people are opting to play the Honor Arc package. But you're going to see some Nash Knight shenanigans because this deck is really good at pumping out rank 5s immediately. Also, a card that you don't see in this deck, but you will see in the TCG is Paradise Smasher. I don't know how often you're going to want to go for Paradise Smasher because it is risky. And I think it's usually something you will only want to do if you get like hand trapped heavily. But Paradise Smasher is an option for this deck. They did play it in the OCG when it was legal. It is now banned over there. I think it is also going to be banned for us, but it's not banned yet. So they're going to play. They're definitely going to play Paradise Smasher. I tried to like throw together a TCG version of this deck potentially. This is how you could build it. I threw in Bystials. I'm not sure how good the Bystials are going to be with the K9 package being everywhere. Maybe the Bystials could be more Charmies. Of course, we don't have Maxi in the TCG, so this is how you could expect to see this deck being played in the beginning. You're always going to see 3 Holy Sue, 3 Raisin, 3 Madlove, 1 Caesar. You're always going to see 3 Jiaolongs. I doubt people are going to play 3 Heavy Borgers. It's probably going to be 1 or 2. And I think Charmies are still going to be good in the TCG. Some people also play Durandal in this deck because you can play... I think this is more relevant in the OCG, but I saw some people play Artifact Durandal in this deck. I think if your hand, let's say your hand is very bad, you can theoretically make Durandal on your opponent's first turn and try to draw into like better hand traps with it, or try to draw into a Holy Sue with the Durandal, which can be okay. You basically turn a normal spell trap into a you can also negate normal spells with it, but then that doesn't really work on turn 0. Or you can pair it with Droll, of course, right? So yeah, no, this is something where you could see. I think this is a relatively simple list to start with in the TCG, where you just have like the standard Vanquish Soul package, Ash Blossom, K9 package, and some Charmies and maybe some Bystials. This is like, I think this is a realistic way to play the deck in TCG. And so this is how I feel about K9. Is like I feel K9 as its own deck is not that strong. As of now, it gets more support in the future in Doom of Dimension. We've already seen some new cards for Doom of Dimension. The deck is going to be good. But for now, it's going to be a hybrid deck for the most part. It is an engine that you're going to see in other decks. The most prevalent ones are going to be Vanquish Soul and Crystron. And in those decks, it's going to make those decks, it's going to put those decks over the top. I think with this engine, I think both of those decks are going to be very meta relevant. So that's how I feel about K9. This is what you're going to expect. You're going to expect this deck to have basically TLDR. It adds a strong hand trap to these decks if you play the K9 engine, and it makes these decks stronger at playing through hand traps when they're going first. They're going to make stronger end boards when going first because they sometimes just have random extension through hand traps with Izuna and Case for K9. So yeah. All right. Quick toilet break, and then we're gonna do Yummy. I had a debate with someone who said you shouldn't main deck Charmies in Yummy because of Paradise Smashers. Wait, what's the argument? Is the argument that, like, when you Charmy someone, they just go for Paradise Smasher? It's weird. Charmies make Izuna live. I mean, but I guess, yeah, I've seen some people. We can talk about we can talk about Yummy next, but like I've seen some people play board breaker versions of Yummy because Yummy is one of the few decks that can play without turning on Izuna ever, right? And you just play like, you can still play Imperm and Purge and stuff because those don't turn on Izuna, right? Because they're trap cards. So you could do that. Yeah. Yeah. It is. It's weird because like the Charmies are, however, pretty good in other matchups, right? Like Fuvalos is one of the better Charmies into Yummy, right? So, but yeah, I think if K9 Vanquish Soul is the main deck to beat, then you could be seeing the Yummy deck just being more board breaker focused. I could see that. But yeah. I mean, yeah, let's talk about Yummy. Let's talk about Yummy next. This deck is is funny because it's just a bunch of little silly guys. And it has a pretty interesting gimmick. In order to understand Yummy, we should start with explaining the summoning condition for the synchros, because it is a synchro focused deck, right? The three archetypes in the set are all focused on different summoning mechanics. K9 is focused on Exceeds, Yummy on synchros, and Dragontail on fusions. So with Yummy, they have a special trait when it comes to the synchro summoning as well, because all of the Yummy synchros are level 2 synchros, and they say for this card's synchro summon, you can treat a Link 1 monster you control as a level 1 tuner. So as a result of this, the Yummy deck actually does not have any tuners. They do not play tuners. They have a Link 1 that is basically their tuner, but it also means you can use other Link 1s as level 1 tuners, like something like Kagari when you have Sky Striker Hornet drones, something like a Link Spider after you get Nibiru. All of those can be used as tuners in the Yummy deck, right? But that out of the way, let's talk about the starters first for Yummy. And it's interesting because technically all 3 of the Yummy main deck monsters are pretty much the same. They do very similar things, basically. They all have the same phrase, which is if you control a Link 1 monster or a level 2 synchro monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. This, most importantly, does not start a chain, so it does not play into K9 Izuna. The entire Yummy combo can be played without activating any effects in hand or graveyard. So Yummy is one of the better decks into K9 Izuna. I think that is worth mentioning. And all of the Yummies they basically work like sprite monsters in this sense, right? Like they can all summon each other from the hand, which already leads us to one of the main weaknesses of the Yummy deck. Unfortunately, if the first summon is dealt with, if you like remove the first body off of the field, they have a tough time extending further because they require a board presence to special summon themselves. But we'll talk more about that later. So, Cookie Yummy says, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, it loses 1,000 attack. Or, if this card was special summoned by the effect of a synchro monster, you can destroy that monster instead. You can only use each effect of Cookie Yummy once per turn. Now, this shows another aspect of all of the Yummy monsters. They all have an effect on summon, and that effect changes when they are summoned by the effect of a synchro monster, which is a very important gimmick of the Yummy deck, because all of the synchro monsters for the Yummies have an effect to basically tag out They all have an effect to return back to the extra to summon 2 yummies from the graveyard, which is one of the main ways how you can interrupt your opponent on the opponent's turn, is by basically turning your synchros back into the main deck monsters. And then you get the pop effect on Cookie Yummy, for example. So Cookie Yummy on summon, target a monster, loses 1,000, or pop it when you summon it with a synchro monster effect. Lollipop is, if this card is normal or special, you can target a card in your opponent's graveyard, shuffle it into the deck, or if this card was special by the effect of a synchro monster, you can banish it instead. So this is a good effect even if it's normal summoned or special summoned, but the Lollipop gives you graveyard interaction, and Cupsy, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a yummy card from your deck to your hand, or if this card was special by the effect of a synchro, you can draw a card instead, right? So on your first turn, technically this is your best starter because it gets you a card on normal summon, which is really good. The other two, technically, when you're going first, they don't do anything on summon, right? Because there's nothing for them to do yet. Still, Cookie and Lollipop are still good starters for the deck because the thing that matters the most about this deck is that you can go into your Link 1, right? So Cupsy is a good card, the best starter, because it searches on summon, and on the opponent's turn, if you don't need to add any more yummy cards from deck to hand, because you already have everything you need in rotation, you can just try to draw a hand trap with it, or follow up, which is good. But your goal ultimately with all 3 of these main deck monsters is you want to turn them into your Link 1, and then eventually into a Synchro 2. So Yummy Snatchy is the Link 1. It needs any level 4 or lower light beast monster. If this card is special summoned, you can place a Yummy field spell from your deck, from your hand or deck face up onto your field. Also, you cannot Link summon Link 3 or higher Link monsters for the rest of this turn. You can only use this effect of Snatchy once per turn, once per chain during the main phase or your opponent's battle phase. Quick effect, you can pay 100 life points immediately after this effect resolves. Synchro summon using monsters you control as material, including a Yummy monster. So basically, this is how you will get to the Yummy field spell. We'll look at that next, but the Yummy field spell is basically how you will get into a second body to make your first synchro summon. And basically, you have the ability to synchro summon on your opponent's turn over and over and over again, because like I said earlier, all the different synchro monsters have an effect to return themselves to the extra deck to bring out 2 yummies from the graveyard. So what you're going to do is you bring back the Snatchy and the one of the main deck monsters. You get the bonus effect of the main deck monster, and then you can use the Snatchy to synchro summon again on the opponent's turn. They have 2 field spells. They have 2 field spells in Justice Hunters that you're gonna see that people are gonna play. The one that's the most important one, I believe, is Minion, which is the one you grab off of Snatchy most of the time. Yummy monsters you control gain 500 attack. You can only use for each light beast on the field, so they can actually get quite big. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If you control a Link 1 monster, you can target a level 1 Yummy in your grave, special summon it. This is how, once you have normal summoned any of the Yummies, you turn it into the Link 1. The Link 1 gets you the field spell, and the field spell gets you a second body onto the field. That way, you can get into your first Synchro 2, and you can get going. That's the basic way to go about it. If this card's in your grave, you can target 2 Yummies in grave or banishment, place this card and them on the bottom of the deck in any order. This is basically how you only play 1 copy of the field spell, but you are able to recycle it basically infinitely alongside some of your main deck and extra deck monsters. So you can recycle basically. But this is an important piece to the puzzle because it gets you a second body onto the field. Then there is Yummy's Mint a Croaky, which is a card that doesn't do a whole lot on your own turn, but this is the one because Yummy Snatchy says if this card is special summoned, this means you can also do it on the opponent's turn when you tag out the synchros into it. So you can replace the minion with the Croaky on the opponent's turn. And it says if you synchro summon a light beast synchro, you can target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. So a basic play pattern would be you have a synchro on the field. On your opponent's turn, your opponent tries to do something. You tag out with the synchro into the Link 1 and a main deck Yummy monster. You get the effect of the main deck Yummy monster, and you get the Link effect to replace your field spell with the Croaky. And then you can quick synchro with the Link monster and then get the pop. If a face-up monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon a Yummy from your deck. If this card's in your grave, target 2 Yummy monsters in your grave or banishment, place them in this card. So because you can keep replacing the field spells, they both have this effect to go back into the deck. Yeah, so then we have the synchro monsters, which is obviously the only missing piece to the puzzle. I mean, there's also a quick play spell, but we'll look at that later. And there's a trap, but they don't play it. So the synchro monsters, let's go by order of how important they are. I believe the most important one is Cupsy Yummy Way. You can only use each effect once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you add 2 Yummy monsters from your deck to your hand, and then you discard a card. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can return this card to the extra deck, special summon up to 2 Yummy monsters from your graveyard. So once again, this last effect is very key and is on all of the Yummy synchro monsters. All of them are able to bounce back to the extra deck to summon 2 Yummies from the graveyard in response to an opponent's card. This is very important because this is all happening in response to the opponent doing something, like SP Little Knight to banish, basically. So one way how people have been trying to deal with Yummy boards is by just special summoning big monsters that don't start a chain, like Pankratops or whatever, and then you can just attack over this stuff without them being able to tag out, basically. But Yummy does have some counterplay to this. But this is the one you want to go in first because it searches you 2 Yummy cards from deck to hand and then discard a card. So you start with one of the Yummies, you go into the Link 1, you go into the field spell, you revive your Yummy monster, you make this Synchro 2, and then you can search the other 2 Yummy monsters that you didn't have yet, and then you can just special summon them from your hand because you have this one. Most importantly, this last effect is not only during your opponent's turn, so this makes it really hard for your opponent to let's say Imperm or Veiler. Like these cards are really, really strong into Imperm Veiler because you can just dodge it, basically, right? This is why Veiler and Imperm are not seeing a lot of play, especially against Yummy. They don't do a whole lot. If you have Imperm or Veiler, basically the only thing you can do against Yummy is you can Imperm or Veiler the Link 1 and just hope they don't have an extender, right? Like basically hope they just have no other Yummy card in hand and then you will be fine. But it is not great, right? So this is usually the first synchro you go into because it sets up your Yummy names nicely. You have all the Yummy names in rotation after you resolve Cupsy Yummy Way. Next up, we have Lollipop Yummy Way, which is if this card is synchro summoned, you can special 2 Yummies from your grave but negate their effects. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can tag out, right? So this is basically once you have all the Yummies in rotation, this one just lets you make more synchros and lets you get more bodies onto the field. Because it lets you summon 2 Yummies from the grave, which is nice. But plain and simple, this is nice. And then we have Cookie Yummy Way, which is if this card is synchro summoned, you can target up to 2 monsters on the field, change them to face down defense position, and then it also has the tag out effect. This one, obviously, you're not going to use it very often on your first turn, but like you're going to summon it on your opponent's turn to flip their monsters face down. So just from the Yummy cards so far, what we've seen is on the opponent's turn, whenever your opponent does something, you can tag out your synchros into the main deck monsters and the Link monster to perform more quick synchros and get some other interruption going. So the interruptions you have are the field spell to pop a card. If you synchro summon, you can pop a card with the field spell. You can pop a monster with Cookie Yummy. You can book 2 monsters with Cookie Yummy Way. You can banish a card from a graveyard with the Lollipop Yummy. And you can draw a card with Cupsy Yummy, which is already a lot of interaction and a lot of card advantage. And it's just a lot of stuff that this deck can do on the opponent's turn. The only other card that we need to read here is Yummy Surprise, because it's a quick play spell that you can search off of Cupsy Yummy. It says activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect of Surprise once per turn. Target 2 light beast monsters you control and 2 cards your opponent's controls, returns them to the hand. So basically a double bounce. This, most importantly, this does work if you target your own Yummy cards and then you chain the effect to quick synchro. You know, this is a very easy way to just bounce 2 cards from your opponent, because let's say you have Snatchy and Cupsy on the field. You go Chainlink 1 Surprise, Target 2 Bounce 2, Chainlink 2 Snatchy to Quick Synchro. That works. You're not going to lose any cards. You don't have to return your own cards. You can just bounce 2 cards from the opponent with this. Or you can special a Yummy from your hand or grave, but it cannot attack directly this turn. Or you can return a field spell from your face-up field or grave to the hand, then place another field spell from your hand face-up on your field. The most important effect is the bounce 2, right? Most decks play 1 or 2 copies of Yummy Surprise because you will usually be able to search it for free in your first turn combo with Cupsy Yummy. So basically, Yummy works in a way where you try to spam these level 2 synchros, and then on your opponent's turn, you try to tag out into one main deck monster and Snatchy, and then you get your effect, and then you synchro summon into another synchro, and then that synchro can tag out, and so forth, so on and so forth. So it's like, I think it's a fun concept, honestly. It's a really fun concept where you just keep bouncing back and forth on your opponent's turn with the Yummy monsters, and you keep getting your small little bonus effects, and so on and so forth. I think it's really cool. It obviously has some very strong synergies with other archetypes or other cards. The most important one is Obedience Schooled, which you can see a lot of people, everyone is going to play this card. The thing is, because Obedience Schooled is technically the best starter in the deck, but it also locks you into beast monsters. People still play this card, but it does make your end board weaker, because one very, very key card in Yummy is Martial Metal Marcher. Because I actually haven't mentioned this yet, but the Synchro 2s are tuners. The Synchro 2s are tuners, so what you can do, for example, after resolving a Lollipop Yummy way to special summon 2 Yummies from your grave, you can make a level 3 Synchro into Metal Marcher. That brings back another tuner from your graveyard, and then you can like make 1 or 2 Arclights in this deck relatively easily on your first turn. Which is part of most of the 1-card Yummy combos is 1 or 2 Arclights. But you cannot do that if you use Obedience Schooled. If you use Obedience Schooled, you are just doing your Yummy stuff and nothing else. But yeah. Other stuff that is worth noting is that this deck can play Engage and Hornet Drones to go into a... It's basically... Engage or Hornet Drones is a starter for this deck, because you can go Hornet Drones, summon Kagari, add back Hornet Drones summons a level 1 monster, and then you have a level 1 monster plus Kagari, which, because you can treat the Kagari as a level 1 tuner, you can make your Cupsy Yummy way to search yourself 2 cards and discard a card. A lot of builds in the OCG are choosing to run some amount of Engage and a Hornet Drones to have just a more consistent deck, right? Like, and this is also, it plays around the weakness of the deck to, like, when you're not able to put a monster onto the field, because this does not need your normal summon, right? You basically have a starter or extender that does not need your normal summon, which is cool. It does conflict with Obedience School, though, because Obedience Schooled only works if you have no monsters. So, like, that's something to keep in mind. That these two, they kind of contradict each other. And because most of the time, the only good Sky Striker spell you want to be playing is Hornet Drones, playing 3 Engage is also kind of weird, because you never have another target for Engage. So most people only play like 1 or 2 Engages. So it's a very small package. Other things you can do for consistency in this deck is like Pre-Rise map and stuff like that. But for the most part, Yummy, as opposed to K9, which is usually like a hybrid engine deck, Yummy is often played as like a pure deck with just like a very small sub-engine, like a Sky Striker package. You can also, I've seen people use like Primite packages, because Primite can technically be a starter for Yummy as well, but it comes with some bricks because you need a normal monster for it. So that's that. Yummy is a deck that is often also played with board breakers. A main reason for this, I think, is the fact that the deck can play Impermanence and Dominus Purge and even Songs of the Dominators, because you don't actually use any effects in hand or graveyard in the Yummy engine. None of the Yummies activate in hand to special summon themselves. None of the Yummies have graveyard effects. And that means this deck can be very good against K9 if you just play no hand traps. This list here does have some hand traps. It was just like one of the first attempts that I made at throwing together a list for it for the TCG. But I'm going to be honest with you, I think a very valid way to play Yummy is just going to be playing no Charmies or no Ash Blossoms to never play into Izuna. right? Like if a lot of the format is going to resolve around Izuna, and you might just not play any of these hand traps. Instead, you might want to opt for, like, I could very well see people play 3 Imperm, 3 Purge, 3 Songs of the Dominators, and then just board breakers besides that. Which you still have like 9 hand traps, but none of them trigger Izuna because they're all trap cards. And yeah. Aren't you a bit too weak against Charmies yourself without Ash? The deck is weak into Fuvalos, I think, to a degree. I think you might still be able to make like a somewhat okay half board, but yes, that is a concern. Maybe you just play Ash, even though it conflicts with Purge. We'll see. But the deck has lines. The deck has lines under Charmies. It's not like you auto lose to a single Fuva depending on your hand. But yeah. So you're always going to see this deck play 3 Snatchies. The Synchros usually are 1 or 2 of, like maximum 2, because you have very easy ways to recycle them with your field spells. And they also recycle themselves by putting themselves into the extra deck. Passing on link 1 and 1 surprise for 1 draw. Yeah, it's not that bad. I think it's not that bad. I think people are going to try this deck without Ash Blossom. Because that's the other thing, right? Ash Blossom is good against Charmies, but in the upcoming format, it's looking like Ash Blossom is it's not a good hand trap. It's actually not a good hand trap. Maybe it's okay against K9 Vanquish Soul if you can hit like a Stake Your Soul, and that's their only starter. But even then, you're playing into Izuna like crazy, and yeah, Ash Blossom is not great. Ash Blossom is also not great against Yummy, and that's the other thing. Justice Hunters in general, and also Yummy, is going to really shake up the hand trap landscape for the format, because K9 is inherently very strong against hand traps because of Izuna and the other bonus effects that they get, and Yummy in general like is just crazy strong against hand traps. Like Droll Lockbird does nothing to this deck. This deck searches twice in the full combo, and if you have to skip on one of those searches, it's honestly completely fine. So Droll is terrible against this deck. Veiler and Imperm are also terrible against this deck. Ash Blossom is mediocre at best. So I think we are looking at a format where genuinely most hand traps are not going to be incredibly strong. And Draco Tail is the same thing. We're going to talk about Draco Tail later. The most hand traps are not that great against Draco Tail. But yeah, I think Yummy's end board, however, is very interactive, and it's powerful. Don't get me wrong; it's going to make a very powerful end board. But I think the way you can win against Yummy is different from the usual. Like you're not gonna want to hand trap Yummy to death. It is kind of like, this deck to me feels like a modern version of Sprite in 2022, where if you remember, it always felt terrible to try and hand trap sprites. You know, that was never something that you would be able to successfully do unless you got very lucky. Like they normal summon a Nimble Beaver and you have like an Imperm in your hand and you're like, okay, if I Imperm this now and they have an extender, this Imperm basically does nothing. Or Ryzeal, you know? So I think those kind of hand traps are probably going to fall off with Justice Hunters format, and the same goes for Droll and Lockbird. Of course, decks like Mitsurugi and Ryzeal are still going to be a thing. They don't die immediately because these decks are good, but they don't immediately eliminate like Mitsurugi or Ryzeal or even Malice from the format, because those decks are still strong. Because the most important thing about Yummy is that like the end board does have weaknesses, you know? The deck is strong into hand traps, but it does have other weaknesses. For example, their end board is very weak to interruption that does not like start a chain. Like if you just special people in the OCG, we can take a look at this here maybe. Where's the people in the OCG against Yummy are playing Pancratops at the moment, because Pancratops just, you summon it does not start a chain. So they cannot tag out their synchros, and you just attack over something. The TCG has Fenrir, which I think Fenrir might be a card that could return in some of these decks as well for the next format. Who knows? It can also like Fenrir. I could see people play Fenrir in Vanquish Soul as well, because it can search you a fire monster for your attribute. It's not the worst thing in the world. Kind of bad going second if you've already Xyz summoned with an Izuna or something, but like Fenrir looks decent. So I think people are just going to be forced to rethink their non-engine choices because of decks like Yummy, which I think is interesting. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think formats where people just auto-include cards like Valor, Imperm, Ogre, Ash, and so on and so forth in every single deck and play like 15 to 18 or more traditional hand traps tend to be on the more boring side these days, right? And I think it's cool that this format encourages people to think of like different cards again. Like even in the OCG, you see people play less traditional hand traps than before, like in Snake Eyes or Tenpai format. And so I think that part about these new decks is cool. And Yummy plays a huge part in that role. Plays a huge role in this thing, because Yummy is like exceptionally strong into these kinds of hand traps. So yeah. Yummy has some pretty big weaknesses though. Like some cards, because Yummy summons so much on your own turn, there's a couple of cards that are actually really strong against the Yummy board. Another card that is more specific than Pankratops, but is very good against the deck is this thing. Ally of Justice Quarantine. If your deck does not really need the normal summon, if your deck does not really need the normal summon, this is a broken card against Yummy, because they're all light monsters. And you just summon this thing. It's 1700. It can attack over Herald of Arclight, and they cannot tag out any of their synchros if you start playing after, right? So this is really strong. Another card that I think could see some play is another Ally of Justice, actually, is Ally of Justice Cycle Reader. Because Cycle Reader takes out like Cycle Reader lets you banish 2 light monsters from the opponent's graveyard, which could mess up the Yummy grind game completely. If you can banish if they don't go through all 3 link monsters on the first turn, maybe you can just banish the links and then they can't do any quick synchros on your turn, or you can just banish 2 like the most annoying ones. Like let's say they have 1 lollipop in the graveyard and 1 cookie in the graveyard. Then you can immediately banish those 2, and then they won't have the pop and they won't have the graveyard banished that turn. They are not gone forever. Even the link monsters, you cannot like get rid of them forever, because the field spells have the ability to recycle the stuff from grave and banishment. But it could have like a good immediate impact when you're trying to play into the board, and you are like, okay, I can play through this, but like the graveyard banish from Lollipop really messes me up, so I'm just gonna banish the Lollipop with the Cycle Reader or something. So it's worth mentioning. This is not as broken against it, but it's worth mentioning because it's also gonna have like overlap into some other like into Fiendsmith decks, which there's still gonna be people that play Fiendsmith in some way, shape, or form, I'm sure. So that could still be like a benefit of playing Cycle Reader over Quarantine, because Quarantine is very much just good against Yummy. If you play this into anything that isn't Yummy, it's not going to do anything, basically, right? Which that remains to be seen if you can do that, right? Like if you play next format, there's a realistic chance that people are still going to play Mitsu Raizeel. People might still play Malice. People will still play Vanquish Soul. Maybe you can't afford to side deck a card just for Yummy. We'll see how impactful the deck is. Another thing that's good about Yummy, though, for sure, is the fact that this deck is definitely weak to Max C. In some shape, like, yeah, in some ways, I think Max C might even be better on your own turn. But yeah. How about Koakimi Rodrigo? I mean, I think you can figure out for yourself that if this card is good against the deck, that Koakimi Rodrigo is also good against the deck if your deck functions under it. Like that goes without saying. Right? So yeah, but Yummy is looking cool, honestly, and I'm like, I'm 50-50 on Yami. In on the one hand, I think the deck is it's a very classic one card combo deck, right? Like it's a very classic one card combo focused deck. So it's like that part about it I'm not a huge fan of, but at the same time I think the play style of this deck I think is cool. The whole like I'm going to set up this board and I'm going to do a whole tag out on your opponent's turn. That playstyle is cool. I like that a lot. Of course, it does have the ability to set up Omni Negates and Herald of the Arclight. But at the very minimum, those Omni Negates, first of all, if you start with your best starter, Obedience Schooled, you can't make Arclight, which is going to make the deck more consistent, but also more fair. But also, Arclight is like one of the weaker Omni Negates in the board in the game because it tributes itself. Also, it's very small, so you can run over it. At least, if it's a small positive. But yeah. But it is for deck building purposes, it's a very standard one card combo deck where you just play a bunch of one card starters and then non-engine. Whether it's hand traps or board breakers remains to be seen. So deck building wise, I think Yummy is not that interesting, but I think the playing for it is the fun part. So that's fine. How good is Nib into this deck? Nib is fine, but you can basically always nib this deck and it will take something away from their end board, but it is very unlikely to stop your opponent from playing completely, which is arguably how Nib should be. And the reason for that is that Link Spider basically makes it so you can summon more Yummies from your hand. Because it's a Link 1, so you can like, you know, let's say they will usually go Yummy Way, Cupsy Yummy Way, search 2 Yummies, keep playing, then you eventually have to nib before they can make Arclight, and then they can make Link Spider and special more Yummies from the hand. But like, I think this is a healthy interaction, because in this instance, it's like the Nibiru will take something away from your opponent's end board. You know, it'll reduce the end board by like an Arclight or 2, but they still play. You know, and I think that's fine. I think that's cool. Also, I'm pretty sure if they go Obedience Schooled, Nibiru is probably gonna mess them up bad, right? Like if they go Obedience Schooled, you probably get wrecked by Nib. I'm not entirely sure. I guess you can search a Yummy Surprise, which can at least special a Yummy back from the grave, so you can still do something with that. Yeah, you can set up a surprise to play around Nib. That's fine. Yeah. But still, Nib is solid against it. The problem with Nib, I think, is more what the other decks... Like, I think Nib is not great into Vanquish Soul Canine, even though it can work, but like they have Ripper, right? So I think Nib is not going to be great into the other decks. But Nib might be a very solid side deck option for next format, because you can side it against Yummy, and then there's always rogue decks, right? There's always rogue decks where you're happy to have Nib in your side deck. So Nib is fine. Nib is very fine. All right. Last but not least, let's talk about Draco Tail. Draco Tail is projected, and I want to say projected with heavy emphasis on that word, to be the third best deck out of Justice Hunters. People are already treating this deck more like a rogue deck than a meta deck. I personally think this deck has a lot of things going for it. Maybe that's more because it's just right up my alley in terms of playstyle. It's a very grindy deck. You would probably consider it a lot more fair than the other 2 decks in the set. So it's fair enough. Maybe it's a tier 2 deck. Maybe it's like rogue. Maybe people are underestimating it. I think it's a mix between all of that. The deck is going to have some advantages, for example. Like, it's probably one of the best decks into all of the Charmies, for example. And I really like the playstyle. So I'm going to be checking out Draco Tail for sure. Draco Tail is fusion focused. And I think for Draco Tail, we should start by reading the fusion monsters and the spell cards, because all the main deck monsters are very similar, but the most important card for the deck is probably Rahu Draco Tail. Fusion summon a Draco Tail monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand, deck, or field. Also, for the rest of this turn, You cannot summon from extra except fusions, and you can only activate one Rahu Draco Tail per turn. If you read this card first, this card essentially is branded fusion, right? This card essentially is branded fusion. I'll tell you in a second why it's not quite as broken as branded fusion, which is actually really cool. That is one of my favorite design aspects of Draco Tail, is that it feels like they took branded fusion and found a way to make it fair, which I think is cool. The reason Rahu Draco Tail is not exactly branded fusion is because all of the Draco Tail fusion monsters we have so far have the fusion requirement of a Draco Tail monster and one or more monsters in the hand. So even if this card allows you to take material from the deck, you still have to take at least one card from your hand, right? So like you can take one Draco Tail from your deck and the other cards have to be from your hand. Draco Tail Arthelion is the most important card for this deck's playstyle. If this card is fusion summoned, you can target monsters on the field and or graveyards up to the number of monsters used as material from the hand, return them to the hand. If 2 or more monsters are sent to the graveyard at the same time while this card's in your grave, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. This card is awesome. This is such a fun card. I can't stress enough how fun this card is. So basically, because it says 1 or more monsters from the hand, whenever you fusion summon, you can choose how many monsters from the hand you want to get rid of. And then you can choose if you want to recycle cards from your graveyard back to your hand, or you can also bounce monsters from the field. So it's like an interruption or a recursion tool from your graveyard at the same time, and you can decide how many monsters from your hand you use. So if you use one monster from your hand, you can bounce one monster from field or graveyard. You can sometimes you have like, let's say, extra Molcharmies or like a dead Nibiru or whatever in your hand that you don't need, or just more Draco Tails you want to fuse from your hand because they all get bonus effects when they're fused. And then you can like recycle stuff from your graveyard. You can like switch your monsters around. Like you have, like, let's say you have an Ash in your graveyard and a Nibiru in your hand, and you're like, I would rather have the Ash in hand now. And then you just like fuse that away, add back the Ash. It's super cool. Super cool card. Love that. And this already encapsulates the playstyle of the deck really well, I think. This is like one of the most important things to understand, is like what Arthelion does for the playstyle of the deck. With being a small disruption while also recurring stuff from your grave is awesome. I like this card a lot. I think it's really fun. The other Draco Tail spell is also really strong. Add a Draco Tail monster from your deck to your hand. Then, if your opponent controls a monster, you can fusion summon a dragon or spellcaster from your extra deck. Using monsters from hand or field, you can only activate one key to Draco Tail per turn. This is Rhoda with Upside. This is a Rhoda that can also fusion summon if your opponent has a monster. Very simple, but very effective. Really strong card, because going second, you just basically get to add and then immediately fuse, which is really strong. And I think this is also a really important part about this deck, because Rahu Draco Tail, of course, being the branded fusion of the deck, is going to be an Ash Blossom Magnet, of course, right? This is the card that everyone is going to try to prevent, because you get to fuse from the deck. This card is another way to fusion summon, especially going second. And the deck has more ways to fusion summon as well. But it's really important, especially going second, to be able to immediately fuse. In some ways, when you're going second, this card is actually better than this card, because in both scenarios, you essentially are able to use a Draco Tail from your deck for a fusion summon, right? It's just in this one, with this one, you immediately send it from the deck. With this one, you add it first and then you fuse with it, right? Which is better, because then if you do this one, you get one more bounce, one more add back, because all of the materials are from your hand, technically, right? If you fuse this with the key to Draco Tail. So that's really good. So that's the spells and the most important fusion monster. Let's go over the other fusion monster real quick. It's not that important, but it's still good. This one is also a Draco Tail plus one monster in hand. When you activate a Draco Tail card or effect, quick effect, you can target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. If 2 or more monsters are sent to the grave at the same time while this card's in your grave, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. This is quite simple. You just get a pop out of this whenever you summon it, because all of the Draco Tails have a graveyard effect when they're used as fusion material. So the easiest way to go about it is just fusion summon Gulamel, activate your graveyard effect, and then you just chain this to it, and you get a pop, which is really cool. It can't be chain blocked. So this one is a lot less flashy than the other one, than Arthelion, but it's still good. It's still a good card, you know? It makes it so that fusion summoning on your opponent's turn will net you more disruption and more. So this thing provides you with a pop. This thing provides you with some bounces and recursion. And then now we're going to go over the main deck monsters and the trap cards. So Lucius, if this card's normal or special summoned, you can add a Draco Tail monster from your deck to your hand, except Lucius. Very simple, very good effect. If this card is sent to the grave as material for a fusion summon, you can set a Draco Tail spell trap from your deck. Now, this is something that, unless I'm forgetting something, all of the Draco Tails have this effect. When they are used for a fusion material, you get to set a Draco Tail spell trap from your deck. So they basically are free fusion materials. And this is how all of a sudden this card looks a lot more powerful when you consider the fact that, like, all of the fusion materials already replace themselves, but this also lets you add back stuff from the graveyard for each fusion material you use. So let's say you fuse, if you fuse 3 Draco Tail monsters to make Arthelion from your hand, because you're fusing with key 2 Draco Tail, you can set 3 cards from your deck and add all 3 Draco Tail monsters or other monsters from your grave back to your hand. I feel like we're getting to the point where you understand how this deck has like a crazy grind game and so on and so forth. Really fun. And this is also why this deck was so popular in the OCG in the beginning, because this deck does a lot with just one fusion summon, which makes this deck exceptionally strong into Max C and the Molcharmies. Of course, that was very, very relevant in the OCG because they have Max C, but even in the TCG, Molcharmy Fuvalos is a very popular card, and it will remain a popular card after Justice Hunters. And this deck is very strong into it because you just go like one fusion summon and you're basically fully set up. You just like add back some of your hand traps or some of your engine, and you can set all your traps from the deck and you're good to go. One draw off of Fuvalos, you say pass. It's fine, you know? So really good in that regard. Draco Tail Malulu. During the main phase, quick effect. You can fusion summon a Draco Tail fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. Also, you can't special from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except fusion monsters. If this card's sent to the grave, set a Draco Tail, yada yada. This is a third way to fusion summon. Between the 2 spells at Malulu, there's more even. But this is a quick effect fuse on the opponent's turn, which is really good. Because, of course, the Arthelion effect is once per turn, so you want to summon it once on your turn, and then you can summon it on your opponent's turn as well. Also, this one's even better because I forgot about that part. If this is used for a fusion summon, you can set a Draco Tail spell trap from your deck. Then you can negate the effects of a face-up monster your opponent controls. So some of these will have even more bonus when they are being fused. So this one, if you fuse with it on the opponent's turn, or even on your turn when your opponent already has a board, you get to negate a monster, which is good. This is it's a really strong disruption to be able to fuse into an Arthelion or a Gulamel on your opponent's turn. You get more card advantage, and then you also negate a monster effect, which is really strong. We have Draco Tail Urgula, which is usually a one-of, because it's kind of clunky. It says, if this card is sent to grave as material for a fusion summon, set a Draco Tail spell from your deck, then you can destroy a spell trap on the field. If this card's in your grave, target a spellcaster Draco Tail monster in your graveyard. Place this card on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, add that monster to your hand, which is a really strong effect for follow-up, but it does nothing on its own, and you need other ways to fuse with it. So a lot of the lists in the OCG that I have seen only play 1 copy of this because you can search for it. But like, it's really powerful, right? Like you get the set, you get a spell trap pop, and you get really strong recursion. So I could see people play even more than 1, but it's not a starter itself. It doesn't perform a fusion summon, so it's not the most important one, but it's really good. It is really, really good. We've got Draco Tail Pan, which is similar to Draco Tail Urgula. I think this one is usually also a one-of. If this card is sent to the grave as material for a fusion summon, set a Draco Tail spell trap from your deck, then you can destroy a monster on the field. If a fusion monster you control is destroyed by card effect while this card's in your grave, place this card on the bottom, and if you do special summon a non-fusion Draco Tail from your grave, makes your deck harder to get rid of, like your board, and has a strong disruption effect if you fuse with it as well, because it destroys a monster on the field. Really powerful. And then we have Draco Tail 5 mana, which is during the main phase quick effect. You can discard this card, fusion summon a dragon or spellcaster fusion from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. If this card is sent to the grave as a material for a fusion summon, you can set a Draco Tail spell trap from your deck. 5 mana, really good. This is a 4th way to fusion summon, which is really cool, but it's also a quick effect. So similar to K9, this deck also has a way to fuse on the opponent's first turn if you draw enough Draco Tails. The only downside about 5 mana is that it discards itself, so you cannot use itself as a fusion material. I will say, if it did that, it would probably be way too broken. But like, just imagine in a very, very broken hand, right? Think about like the implications of opening 5 mana with a Draco Tail Pan and a Draco Tail Mululu or something. You can discard 5 mana to fuse an Arthelion or a Gulamel on the opponent's first turn. You fuse away Mululu and Pan, which means you get a pop, you get a monster negate, and you get to set 2 spell traps from your deck. Plus, you get the effect of the fusion monster, which is either you can bounce with Arthelion or you can destroy with Gulamel, right? So, like, if you open 5 mana and the right fusion materials, you can do a lot on turn 0 with this deck. So honestly, whenever I'm reading over these cards, I understand this deck is not as flashy as Yummy combos, or it doesn't look as broken as K9 Vanquish Soul, but I still feel like the card quality here is just exceptionally high. Like, the grind game that this deck has, the turn 0 place that it potentially has, the branded fusion, the key to Draco Tail, I just feel like this deck has got to be strong. Like, it's just a really strong, grindy deck. I'm definitely going to try it. And I feel like people are underestimating this deck because it just doesn't have like as flashy 1-card combos. It's a fusion deck, so it is usually going to be more like 2-3 card combo centric and all that. But it's a really strong deck, I think. It is a really strong deck. I think it's definitely better than a lot of the current rogue decks, and I think people calling this deck rogue, I think, are just underestimating it. I think it's powerful. I like it a lot. And we haven't even talked about the 2 trap cards, which I think, on the one hand, yes, the deck has trap cards that you play, and drawing those is not going to be phenomenal, but the trap card mechanic in this deck is so cool. So Draco Tail Horn and Draco Tail Flame. Target an attack position monster on the field, return it to the hand or extra deck. Then you can place a Draco Tail card from your grave or banishment on the bottom of the deck, then draw a card. You can only activate 1 Draco Tail Horn per turn. Draco Tail Flame, target a face-up spell on the field, negate its effects until the end of this turn. Then you can place a Draco Tail card from your grave or banishment on the bottom of the deck, except Draco Tail Flame, then draw a card. You can only activate 1 Draco Tail Flame per turn. Both of these cards are one-ofs, but I think it's so cool. I think both of these cards are so cool because they recycle each other. They draw a card. I mean, I love that. They give you an interruption, right? This is a bounce. This is a spell negate. They recycle each other, draw you a card, and then because they recycle each other, what this does is you can keep resetting these every single turn by fusing with the Draco Tails. You just don't run out of targets to set for your Draco Tails, right? Which is really, really nice. I love that aspect of the deck. Is like, you're like, oh, this deck is supposed to be grindy. Doesn't it run out of targets to set with your Draco Tails? No, it doesn't, because the trap cards keep recycling into the deck, which I think is really, really cool. So that's Draco Tail for you. That is Draco Tail. I think this deck is awesome. I think it looks very fun. I'm definitely going to try it. It's honestly the deck I'm the most excited about from Justice Hunters, even though it's probably not the best out of the bunch, but I think it's really underrated, and I think it looks really, really fun. Like, it's just, I think it's awesome. I think it's an awesome deck. And I think the design on it is great. I like it a lot. All right. I'll get myself lunch real quick, and then we have some. I have a Sunny React planned for lunch. I'll be right back. How is Evenly bad against Draco Tail when they can't use their traps? Evenly is probably fine against Draco Tail, but it's just like they still get to keep the most important card, and they probably have a lot of resources in hand, no? What do you think of K9 Draco Tail? I don't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to do that, yeah. You could play K9 Draco Tail, probably. They bounce their own fusion to draw. Yeah, so they can chain Horn, draw a card, and then keep Flame, right? So you don't really ruin their grind game at all. Like, you go battle phase, in battle phase, they go Horn, bounce their fusion, draw a card, and then Flame is set, and they keep Flame. Have 5 mana in hand, and it's fine, right? So, probably fine, yeah. I mean, Draco Tail in general has great synergy with all, like, with hand trap. I guess that's another factor about Draco Tail that's going to be interesting. Like, if I threw together something real quick, but like, if you, if we talked about it earlier, how hand traps, this is also, I don't think pure is consistent enough. I think you do play some other fusion engines in the deck, probably with like, it can be patchwork or whatever, you know, like there's probably some other fusion engine you should play in Draco Tail, but like, in general, it does have great synergy with hand traps like Valor, Ghost Ogre. Especially Valor and DD Crow are pretty good against it because you can recycle them and use them again. Because they are not once per turn, like in the case of Valor and Crow. But it's like, it depends on whether those cards are good in the format, right? Like if those cards are good in the format, then you would play a version like this maybe. But if those cards are not good in the format, then you wouldn't do that. I've seen people play Shaddoll Beast as well, because Shaddoll Beast is technically a really good material to use from hand, because you get to draw a card and then add back a different card from the grave, and you could make Winda, because it's a spellcaster. So yeah, I could see that too. That's the fun part about Draco Tail, I think. It's like, because it is the least anticipated, in some ways, it's also the least explored for us in the TCG. I think that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. So what I wanted to do for lunch break today is take a look at a new Sunny video. And it's an interesting one because it leans into what we've just talked about. I mean, today is Justice Hunters release day. And this is not talking about Justice Hunters, but it is talking about Doom of Dimension. Which is, of course, the next main set. And even though it might sound a little early to already talk about the new main set, it feels like Doom of Dimension, I think the roles at the moment in this year are flipped a little bit, right? The Justice Hunters feels like the main set, you know? Justice Hunters is dictating the metagame right now, especially in the OCG already, and it will probably be the same for us. Not all the decks are going to die to the Justice Hunters deck, but like, Yummy, K9, and Draco Tail are going to be driving forces in the metagame, some more than others. And Doom of Dimension feels more like an add-on to that format. So I am interested to see what has happened in the OCG, because the set has just come out, basically. And I'm wondering how this set has impacted the format, because it does have some new stuff, some new interesting archetypes that I've seen people play. I've reposted a picture on Twitter of someone playing the new Tri-Brigade card together with a small MST package. Like, the MST archetype is also in here, and they like played that together, which I thought looked really cool. So in general, I wanted to see what Sunny has to say about Doom of Dimension format. Yeah, it was Maguro. Yeah. It was funny because they played no new main deck Tri-Brigade cards. It was just the old Tri-Brigade stuff with the MST package, and then like the new extra deck card.
Doom of Dimensions has been out for about 5 days, and I just want to talk about Yummy because at the moment that unfortunately appears to be the most relevant thing from the set. Just remember, everyone, as always, these are my opinions as an individual, and I don't speak for the entirety of the OCG.
Okay, why
If any
unfortunately?
OCG player have different opinions, then make sure to listen to them respectfully. So Yummy got 2 new support cards, a monster and a continuous spell. These cards were outrageously hyped before release. Actually, I'm not sure if they were on English sites, but over here they were hyped, and I can say that for me, the support is a little bit disappointing.
100%. People were calling the Yummy support insane. And people were like going crazy over it. And we're saying like it's so unfair how Draco Tail did not even get close to the same quality. Which is a different topic, but like, yeah, the Yummy stuff is definitely good.
First, I know I've gone over the weaknesses before, but I'll do it again in more depth because my understanding of the deck has increased a lot since the first week. So in my opinion, the deck has 3 major weaknesses.
Okay.
The first one would be fragility, the second one would be exploitability, and the third one would be its going second potential.
Okay.
So to go over fragility, as stated in my last meta video, I ended up not liking Yummy, and it's mainly because it's not very satisfying to play for me personally. It's just a deck with very clear flaws, and most importantly, it's a very high stress deck to play, which is something that I don't really want to have in a tournament.
What does high stress
It's
mean?
not even high stress in the way Malice was high stress, because with Malice, you're very high stressed on your first action. But if there is no turn skip, then you're feeling very relaxed, because once that resolves, then you one-shot them. Okay. Whereas Yummy is a deck where it has to...
Okay, I understand what they mean by high stress. They basically say, like, there's so many silver bullets that, like, I resonate with that. No, I feel that. I mean, that is one of the reasons why I've never wanted to play Malice at a tournament, because it feels like there's so much out of your control where, like, sometimes, like, for example, at Euros, most of the time, I open a playable Vanquish Soul hand. I feel good no matter what my opponent has. Like, I know the game is going to be playable for me. And with a deck like Malice, you always feel like, oh, damn, any moment now, there could be a Lancia. But at least that is a fair point. The Lancia happens very early.
Play a lot on its opponent's turn.
But, I mean, I can imagine, like, you make a full Yummy board, and you're like, I hope my opponent does not normal summon like Ally of Justice Quarantine or something. You know what I mean? It's like when you play, it's like a couple years ago, there was a time period where people were playing crazy combo decks that would lose to a single Dark Ruler. And if you played one of those decks, like you never felt safe, right? Like all the way through your combo, you're just like, oh, God damn it. What if they have Dark Ruler? Like all this work might be for nothing, right? So maybe it's one of those instances.
Which means even if you successfully made a board, the job's not done. You could easily get obliterated by 6-card Maxi or 6-card Fua, unless you have Arclight, but even then, that has many non-specific combinations of cards that will beat you. I know that sounds a little bit pathetic because it sounds like I don't want interaction, but I do like interaction. It's just that Yummy's interaction is vulnerable to floodgates and lingering effects, while most decks do not suffer from that issue. It kind of reminds me of Purely, another deck I liked, not in terms of gameplay, but in terms of fragility. It just felt like even if you accomplished your game plan, a lot could go wrong at any time, even if you successfully combo.
Why is that a problem? We don't want decks to be FTKs? That's not the point, right? The point is not that you expect your deck to be auto-win as soon as you start or as soon as you play the game. But there's a difference if a deck loses to, like, normal interaction, or like it loses normal games because your opponent has like a strong engine hand or whatever, or if your opponent can just win off of the back of a single floodgate against you, right? Like, it's like if I draw a good Vanquish Soul hand going first, I'm not expecting to always auto win. Like, there's games that you lose sometimes after opening with Vanquish Soul because the deck just doesn't, before K9, the deck doesn't make like a completely unbreakable end board. Like you make a good end board, but you're not like guaranteed. You're not guaranteed to win, but you're also not afraid of many like silver bullets. And with Yummy, it's like you make an interactive end board. So the problem here is not with Yummy. The problem is with some of these other cards that just happen to work against Yummy. You know what I mean? It's like I would happily make a Yummy board for my opponent to summon a Pancratops into it, and then we have a real game of Yu-Gi-Oh! But then there's not everyone is going to do that. Some people might summon Ally of Justice Quarantine, and that gives you 0 agency over your games, right? And so that's the main point. It's like it has nothing to do with they don't want to interact with their opponent, or they expect to just get an auto win or something, but It's more about like the types of cards that are good against your deck are really just are weird, right?
It is also very exploitable. There are actually too many cards that are good against Yummy to name them all. Ally of Justice Quarantine, Power Filter, Ghost Reaper. Well, Ghost Reaper is actually no longer good, or there's counterplay to it now, but you get the point. Last video, I said that Contact C was useless, but that's mainly because...
What's Quarantine? Do I still have it open? Ally of Justice Quarantine is a 1700 attack dark monster that says neither player can summon light monsters. And it's really good into the Yummy board because the Yummy board summons a lot on your turn. So it's like once they make the board, they are not done, basically. They have to do a lot of summons on your turn to get their effects. And this thing just stops them from doing that.
Because in my testing group, we didn't understand how to use it. A commenter told me that if you summon it on your opponent's turn, then it does do something, unless they play a level 8 Synchro, such as Borreload. But no one is going to do that except for this one yugioh Yummy player at my locals. So if you go second, then Clockwork Knight, which is easily searchable in Crystron, Tikaboo, which is commonly cited by Vanquish Soul, and even non-targeted stuff such as Duck Lockdown is pretty tough. Yummy in general is very not good at going second, and that is where my first video aged quite well. Some of the decks I mentioned, such as Blue Eyes, are almost completely fell out of meta, but Yummy is still very shameful for a top deck going second. The last time I played Yummy before I gave up on it, I lost to Trap Trick.
It sounds very similar to Malice, which, believe it or not, I'm going to say something positive about Malice right now, but it's also a negative at the same time for the Malice players, or the Yummy players in this instance. These are top tier Yu-Gi-Oh decks that, because they have such strong silver bullets, they do not eliminate other decks from the game completely, right? Like, for example, a deck like Ishizu Tearlament was so powerful in its own right and had so little like actual counterplay from other decks that you had to play Ishizu Tear or Shifter. Shifter was the only silver bullet, which significantly narrowed down the options you had. You had to play Tear or a Shifter deck, right? So Ishizu Tear was a deck that, even though, don't get me wrong, Ishizu Tear format, Ishizu Tear mirrors are good, are skillful matchups, but in terms of deck diversity, it was very, very small. Because Tear actively pushed out other decks out of the format. Like, you just couldn't play a lot of the decks successfully in Ishizu Tear format because Ishizu Tear would just beat them basically every time because there was no real answer. Decks like Malice or Yummy, it seems like, are really powerful and are more powerful than other decks, but the existence of certain silver bullets against them makes it so that they are not... If you really want to, take Master Duel right now as an example, right? It's a really good example, actually, because Malice is the best deck in Master Duel. A lot of people are playing Malice, but if you really don't want to play Malice, you don't have to. You can just play any other deck, throw in Lancia, throw in Chaos Hunter, and your deck is playable. It remains playable. The decks are not like pushed out of the format. They are weaker decks and they do rely on drawing those cards, but it does give them a chance. You know what I mean? This is both, this can be seen as a positive and a negative, you know, like it does impact decks in a negative way if they are forced to play those cards and so on and so forth. And when you play Malice, getting Lancia, it's not a very fun experience gameplay wise, but just from the overarching like diversity aspect of the game, it does not stop you from playing your deck, right? Like if I play Blue Eyes is one example that they mentioned as well. If you want to play Blue Eyes, you can play Blue Eyes, right? Like you're not going to be favored against Malice, but you have enough of a chance so you can keep playing your deck, right? And I think that's it's both a positive and a negative in some ways, depending on where you stand on the argument and depending on how much you like the certain deck, right?
Because they Floodgate Trap Hold my summon, and that really shocked me because I've never lost to Trap Tricks before with any deck. But Yummy is a deck that is so terrible going second, it cannot even pass Rafflesia. So even if we're talking about relevant decks, let's say you go second against Vanquish Soul and you successfully resolve a lingering hand trap such as Droll or Fua, and they didn't go into any canine stuff, they can easily set up Start, Snow Devil, Sue. That's pretty normal and not that difficult to do. If they Snow Devil your Obedience Schooled, you kind of need to resolve second Obedience Schooled, assuming they have no Ash, or else any custom hand will not be what they have. Because you have your normal summon, Surprise, and maybe a Hornet Drones, and they have Rosin and Caesar. They could have even more if they had Madlove as one of the monsters for start, or they didn't need to use their suit as special. There's just no way to pass unless you outnumber their extenders by having Purge or Ash to deny some sort of interaction. And that's why I didn't trust this deck. I think Yummy is pretty fun to play, but I wasn't ready to bring this to a tournament over Vanquish Soul or Christian or even Malice because it's very stressful and it has a wide range of targeted hate. I personally have never actually played against Power Filter or Contact C, although I have played against Clockwork Knight.
And that is a real turnoff, I feel like. It looks very fun to play, but if there's like too many floodgates against it, I would not enjoy playing that at a super important tournament because I hate the idea of being knocked out of a top cut because my opponent just drew Ally of Justice Quarantine in game 3 or something like that, right? That is a real concern with a deck like that.
And Ghost Reaper. When the meta is wide, targeted hate is low. You probably won't encounter a Quarantine or Power Filter or whatever, but you also never know what kind of demonic side deck you're sitting across from, and it's very easy to lose with no agency with Yummy, considering it's a deck that is very weak to floodgates as opposed to something that is more resilient, such as Vanquish Soul. I also just underestimated how it performed against lingering hand traps back then, because I didn't have the Charmy on your opponent's turn knowledge in the first week. Yummy is good against Charmies on its own turn, because it has very good compromises under Fua and it can give Pirellia and Nyalis very few draws, but it plays very terribly into a paired Fua, and it's a very non-specific pairing. Fua plus Impulse, Fua plus Imperm, Fua plus Bell, Fua plus Called By. There is just a lot of cards that would mess you up very easily. I know I just spent a ton of time ranting about why I don't like Yummy, but it's obviously not a bad deck. It's one of the most winning decks at the moment, and it's not hard to see why. The actual go first board and no lingering floodgate games are ludicrous. You place Pop Field Spell in their turn, you have a double Book of Moon, a Graveyard Banisher Shuffle, a face up Monster Pop, follow up, you can make multiple Arc Lights on their turn, you have surprise bounces. It's just way too much for pretty much.
Yeah, basically all the things we've talked about earlier for the Yummy introduction, I think is still true after Doom of Dimension, because the new card is mostly just like an extender. I don't think it actually changes that much, like the actual playstyle of the deck.
Much any deck. Earlier I said that Yummy doesn't really play through the Vanquish Soul compromise board. That's true, but it goes both ways. Vanquish Soul doesn't really play through the Yummy board either. The board is also a lot more layered than I had initially described in the first week because Surprise does a lot.
Yummy is Malice too? No way. In some ways, yes. I think this is a matter of the way I genuinely feel about this is that like one card combo decks are headed into a certain direction in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I feel like during 2024, I feel like they got the memo that once these decks reach a certain power level, which happened with Snake Eye and Yubel, people don't enjoy this anymore. So one card combo decks have headed into a direction where they have slowly, and I say slowly, gotten a little bit better at designing these. I think Malice, for example, and I did say this before, even though I'm not a fan of Malice, I think Malice is a step in the right direction from Snake Eyes. Malice is not fair, but Malice is fairer than Snake Eyes in terms of the one card combo pile that they were. Also relative to the time, relative to the time that they released in, Malice was a fairer deck than Snake Eyes. You go one step further, and I think it is fair to say that Yummy, in terms of a one card combo deck, is a step in the right direction from Malice, in my opinion. I think I think Yummy is still a one card combo deck. It still has a lot of room for non-engine. It can still play tons of hand traps if it wants to, and so on and so forth. But I think it seems like a fairer and more fun version of Malice. It really does. That's my first impression. So the question to me, and this is something that remains to be seen, is like, are we there yet with this? Like, we've taken steps in the right directions, but are we there? Is Yummy like the perfect power level for a one card combo deck? I don't know. I feel like maybe it's still a little bit too strong, and maybe it still has a little bit too many like silver bullets to be fully enjoyable for me. But that's how I feel about the evolution of one card combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! as of late. It's like is like Snake Eyes, then Yubel, then Malice, then Yummy. I think you see a clear. I think it gets better. I think as someone who has been criticizing one card combos for a long time, I feel like it's getting better. I feel like these decks are getting more in line of what I expect from a healthy deck in the game. You know, like I'm not sure if we're quite there yet with Yummy. Maybe it's still a little bit too powerful or whatever. But I think you can see a clear pattern. I think you can see a clear pattern in these decks.
That's why Dark Ruler isn't actually a good breaker, because they kept all the bodies, and the surprise just lets them convert the bodies. So you basically just activated Curry Photon for them, and then they still have all of their interrupts. Pankratops can do a lot, but surprise also insulates against Pankratops as well. A lot of the breaker strategies end up being kind of fake if the Yummy player knows what to do, unless it's a paired breaker. If they have two breakers, then pretty much you'll lose every time, but it is what it is when that happens. So now that we've discussed Yummy before Marshmallow, I want to talk about the new monster. There's two effects. The first one is an effect to summon itself if you have only light beasts or no monsters, and the second effect is that it adds a spell or trap from graveyard to hand on summon, and if it's summoned by a synchro, it will place a continuous or field spell from your deck or banish face up. After describing the weaknesses of Yummy, sure, it doesn't fix the floodgate problem, but it should directly address the going second issue, because a big problem is removal on your first body. So how is this support disappointing? Well, what I found was that because Yummy is so feeble going second, it didn't actually help, because you were overkilled by such an extreme amount that you don't just need +1 extender. You're going to need a lot more. And that's quite awkward, because your hand is not going to be...
You know, that part I actually don't have an issue with. I'll tell you why. I think it's okay for a deck to have a weakness like this. Like, I think it would actually be kind of foolish if... I don't agree with being disappointed by this, basically, is what I'm saying. I think decks having certain pros and cons is a good thing, you know? Like, for example, Yummy, before Marshmallow, being able to completely ignore K9 Izuna because you had no effects that activate in hand or grave, that is a distinct advantage of Yummy. Yummy not being able to really break a board when they have removal is a fair disadvantage to have. That is a fair thing to have in a deck, especially because Yummy has ways to circumvent this. You know, like if you hand trap your opponent with Yummy and you bring their board down to like maybe 1 or 2 interruptions, there are ways to play through it. You have Obedience Schooled, you can play Engage for Hornet Drones. You have ways to get this deck like a second push or whatever, you know? Like, I think that's fine. I think what would be a disaster is if you somehow miraculously gave this deck a way to play through 3 disruptions or something like that. If your opponent has, like, let's be real, you're playing a 1-card combo deck, and your opponent, let's say your opponent, the example they used earlier, your opponent sets up Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, Vanquish Soul Holy Sue, a Raisin Pop, and a Caesar Pop. Your 1-card combo deck should not beat that with like a normal hand of like three cards after hand trapping a bunch of times or whatever. Like that should not happen. That is not something a deck needs to do in order to be considered good or healthy. You know, I don't think that's reasonable in this instance. So I don't agree with this. I think it's fine if decks have weaknesses. In some ways, this is one of the most interesting parts about Yu-Gi-Oh formats and solving Yu-Gi-Oh formats, is understanding the weaknesses that decks have and picking the one that you think is the best based on its pros and cons. You know, like you look at it like, okay, this deck is good against Droll, this deck is good against Charmies, this deck is a little weaker going second, so I'm gonna have to make up for it with non-engine, and so on and so forth. Like, I think that's fine. I think you don't need to expect every single wave of support to like completely fix all the weaknesses for a deck. Which they didn't exactly say they wanted the support to fix it, but they still said like the support is disappointing because it doesn't fix that. I think it's more of like the support fits very well because it further strengthens Yummy in a way without completely fixing all of its issues, which the deck is already good enough. It doesn't need fixing.
Hornet Drones, Obedience Schooled, Cupsy, Surprise Marshmallow in every game. Realistically, in a real game, you don't have 5 distinct engine, you have multiple normal summons, field spells, and non-engine. I'll talk about this mainly from the Vanquish Soul perspective because that's the most important matchup right now. Going second, It doesn't really help because the compromised Vanquished Soul board will still kill you. What I found was that the Marshmallow ended up being the most useful going first if they only have Sue, because if you summon Cupsy, then that can kill both the Sue pops, or if you normal summon a Yummy, then it also just beats Sue Steel if they want to play around Ash Blossom or are just missing a fire. There are two issues. The first one is that since it's an activated effect, then it triggers Izuna. I know that it seems like it shouldn't be a big deal because if you didn't have the Marshmallow, you would have no extender, but I'm saying this as in there are a good number of games where their formerly useless interruption that wasn't activatable before just happens to check your new extender. Because Izuna cannot do anything.
Now, once again, this is 100% true. This card does play into Izuna, which previously was an advantage of Yami that you never played into Izuna, and now sometimes you do, which is a downside. But once again, I think the way I interpret this is I interpret this as healthy card design. Like, you give them a good extender because the deck is struggling with extension. You give that extender a downside is okay. That's fine, you know, like, because the last thing I want is for a deck like Yami, which is a 1-card combo deck, just receive more and more extenders with no downsides, and all of a sudden it does become a deck that is unstoppable in any way, shape, or form. You know, like I don't think that's a positive, or like I refuse to accept that as a negative when cards have reasonable downsides. You know,
except for Stop Marshmallow, then it just happens to line up that way sometimes. The second isn't actually an issue, but it does technically conflict with Songs of the Dominators because that is an option that you can play to stop Holy Sue. Except in practice, if you had both, you would just start with Marshmallow effects, so it doesn't actually conflict. It's kind of like Maxi or Fuwa with Impulse. They don't conflict because you just always activate them first. The Marshmallow does extend past a lone Sue with no other interruptions. That is a real benefit of the card. I'm not trying to undersell the Marshmallow. It is absolutely targeted support for Yumi's weaknesses. It's just that in practice, it doesn't help as much as I thought it was going to in terms of the number of lost games that are now won with the Marshmallow. If I were to describe the advantages of the Marshmallow, it would be 4 major benefits. The first one is that it helps against compromised boards occasionally. Adding another extender just changes the risk-reward when trying to stop Yumi from playing at all because the threat of it demands another interruption. The second is that it also just adds consistency by being a 4th name. Before, I did feel like if you just played the names and Obedience Schooled, it wasn't enough because you also had to play either Maps or Engages and Hornet Drones. 90% with Prosperity is fine, but you would lose to Bricking, especially because you can't play through anything.
That's the biggest deal about this card, is that it's just another Yummy name.
So if they made any half board, then you would just lose if you didn't have another extender. The third is that it gives Yummy truly infinite grind game, and I do mean infinite. All of the Yummy monsters are recursive. We don't have Fenrir, so we basically don't really have Banish face down, and the only problem was that the spell cards weren't recursive. Getting all of your surprises outgrinded rarely happens, but
I think Fenrir is a huge is a big deal in Justice Hunters format, by the way. I think that is another, like, we always talk about Max C being a main difference between TCG and OCG. I think in this format where boards are going to be a little more breakable, and like a lot of the interruption is happening on the opponent's turn by like quick synchroing and stuff like that, and just bodies in general are really important, which is good, by the way. All of those aspects I just listed are very fun. I think Fenrir is a strong card in this upcoming format, and it's gonna make a big difference between TCG and OCG. We have Fenrir, and that could shake up a little bit of the format.
The field spells are the real issue. Before, it was imperative to protect the attack game field spell because if you ever lost this, whether that be IP to SP or Allied Code or MTP, then you literally could not win the game anymore. So that meant that it could sit on one of these interactions and then completely AFK, and then you couldn't really do anything. You definitely don't want to play a second one because you never want to draw the field spells, and they're searchable. But if you lost it, then you would lose. Now that you can get the field spells back from Banish, it means that you can recycle both monsters and spells, so you can play with any deck forever if you don't consider life points. The fourth is that it makes your actual combo better, because now the combo involves discarding Marshmallow off of the Cubsy Yummy away, and then activating Surprise to summon it, and then adding the Surprise back. It just gives you an extra body, or it saves you a discard, depending on how you want to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
The last benefit
I'm not going to lie to you, that sounds like this card is good enough. I'm not sure if what they mean is that Marshmallow is not good enough or that they wish it was better, but all the things we just listed, I think, are enough reason to call this card a very good support card. And I think if it was even better, it would have been outrageous. And I refuse to complain about a card that is already this good because it should have been better or it doesn't fix every single issue of the deck. Because if Yummy was a deck without any issues, it would just be a tier 0 deck, right? And so I think it's good that it's not.
But if they Ghost Reaper you and you didn't start with Cupsy or Obedience Schooled, then playing with the Marshmallow means that you can cycle your field spells back if you summon it off of Starham, and then that means that you can put your Link 1s back. As for the spell card,
the K9 hand trap turns off Fenrir. Yes, but that might be a risk that's worth taking, because the other way around, if you go first and you summon a Fenrir, it also turns off your opponent's Izuna. Because they go special Izuna, activate effect to send Lupus, you just banish the Izuna and they can't exceed with the Lupus. Except for Typhon. But like, I think that's also a big deal.
I do think most competitive players probably thought this wasn't going to be very useful, and I'm also of that opinion. At the moment, a majority of lists are choosing not to play it, and before even talking about the effects, we have to establish that it is searchable on your first turn, but only Cupsy can search non-monsters, and that means it competes with Surprise as a search target. And even more important is that Surprise has 2.5 effects, so it's not even bad to search for a Surprise when you already have it, except most lists already cut down to 1 Surprise. So it needs to be, at the bare minimum, better than the second Surprise to be worth searching, and I don't think that it is, which means that you would only play it if you got it for free off of the Marshmallow. And that means when we evaluate this card, we need to see how it typically performs when you place it on their turn. So for the first effect, it is a negligible life point change. It can burn for 2,000 if you activate it on your first turn, or 1,500 if you activate it on their turn. It might matter against Malice,
felt like this card was kind of whatever.
Malice, in my opinion, is pretty bad now without Appaloosa, and it also can't really pass the board even if you didn't have this card in the first place. The second effect is, in my opinion, a pretty weak board breaking effect. Like, think about it like this. This will only be on the field if you searched it off of Cupsy and then manage to link for Snatchy. And then it turns into a really bad version of Gordian Schneider, which people already don't play. Now, to be fair, I do think that Gordian Schneider has potential, but that's because it answers a lot of a board and it also can't be negated. The problem with using this as a board breaker is that it doesn't do anything to any deck except in the mirror, because they stop you before you even get to the position where you can activate it. The location where Yummy needs to start breaking a board needs to be before they commit anything. Yummy is not a deck that can play a little bit and start breaking unless their board has no removal, in which case Surprise Bounces would still probably be the better breaking effect in most situations.
Yeah, this card's not
great.
The third
effect lets you link on their turn. This can play around things such as Dark Ruler into Called By, but the issue is that this, again, only works if you placed it on your turn 1, because if they have Dark Ruler Called By, you can't even tag your Synchro into the Marshmallow to place it. And also Dark Ruler and these types of effect negation.
This is stuff that it's going to be interesting to look back at once we have played Justice Hunters a little bit ourselves. Because, I mean, look, I can follow the theory here because I've looked into the decks a little bit, but still, to fully grasp the format and how these decks work, I'm going to have to play with them a little bit. So I think the main point that I'm getting here, I thought this was going to be more about Doom of Dimension in general. It's a lot about Yummy. I think it's that a lot of people have been going crazy about the new Yummy support and thought it was going to be really broken. And I think their point is that the cards are good, but not as broken as people thought they were at first glance, right? Like they were like, oh, people were saying, oh, this fixes everything. Yummy now best deck by far. And they're like, nah, calm down. These cards have weaknesses. These cards are not that great. And the deck still has weaknesses, right? I think, which honestly, to me, like I said earlier, I think that's good. I think this is good news. Personally, there's one thing that I would have hated to hear or see after Doom of Dimension, which is that, like, if Yummy just completely takes over the metagame by storm and nothing else can compete, that would have been cringe, in my opinion. I think the fact that they play these cards, they mess around with them, they come to the conclusion that yes, they're good, but they don't like miraculously make Yummy insane. That's good news. I think that's good news.
Cards lose to Surprise anyways. So my personal opinion as an individual is that you shouldn't be playing this because in practice, it kind of doesn't really do anything. Yes, it is free, but it's a card that you quite literally never want to draw, and it also doesn't really help you win more games, even if you played it and then still never drew it. So in conclusion, the support is not bad. I'm not saying that. When you think about Yummy's weaknesses, the Marshmallow is very close to being the perfect support card in terms of targeting those weaknesses. The issue is that Yummy was so uneven in his weaknesses that one card doesn't just plug the weakness up. It was so shameful at going second before, and now it still can't really go second well.
It feels like I'm drawing more and more parallels to Malice here, but it feels like when Malice got March Hare. And March Hare is, without a doubt, a crazy card for Malice, especially it helps going second and it helps to play through Disruption, right? Because a big downside of Malice before March Hare was being able to like go second into removal, because sometimes they would pop your normal summon and you just couldn't really play unless you had a Bastille, right? And with March Hare, now you had more ways to actually push through that sort of stuff. You already had the field spell as well to have an extra push, but March Hare just added another way to extend. And ultimately, of course, we all know how that went. We all know how good March Hare is in Malice. It's not necessary to undersell March Hare. March Hare is a very, very strong card. But it did not miraculously fix every single issue. You know, Malice is still, compared to other decks, relatively weak going second. Like if you compare Malice to Raziel Mitsurugi has stronger pushes going second that are not as weak to removal and stuff like that, right? Like the Malice deck can be interrupted with removal still. But it's gotten better, right? It's gotten better at doing that thing. It was a big weakness before. It's still a weakness after, but a little bit less. Which is I think that's the goal of support, isn't it? That's fine.
The Marshmallow does help, just not that many more games. And it's mostly when you successfully resolve a turn skip hand trap, because it demands one extra removal interaction where it will be useful. However, the issue is, for the actual top tier meta decks, such as Vanquish Soul, such as Yummy, their compromise will still beat you. Even if you go lower in the meta, the Dragon Tail compromise will beat you. The amount of lost games that have been changed by the inclusion of the Marshmallow isn't nearly as high as I thought there would be on paper. As for the other relevant stuff in the set, I want to go over 4 cards. The first one is a new K9 monster. The new main deck monster is good. Hand Knowledge is obviously exceptionally powerful and current, and I'm seeing more pure as a result of this card. It also has a bit of experimentation in Vanquish Soul. Some people are trying one copy to search off of case, because if you open another 5, you can use it to get to Saryuja and then try to bridge into Vanquish Soul when you only open K9s. I haven't tested this in Vanquish Soul myself. It might be good, but in my head, it's not very convincing yet, because if it resolves, it will bridge. I'm quite confident about that. 4 cards is a lot of cards. It's just that there are not many games where you open no Vanquish Souls when you go first, but open this hand of K9s. And then the trade-off is that you're playing a pretty bad card for your deck in any other situation. I'll still test it because people are saying that it's good, but I'm not super convinced about it on paper.
I like what I'm hearing here, because I really would like to be... I want decks to go more in the pure direction with K9. I was really hoping about that with the new support, because I feel like the hybrid versions of K9 are already so powerful. So I really liked the idea of them making more K9 specific support for like the pure K9 deck. So I'm happy to hear that it's not like an obvious inclusion in all the hybrid versions.
The second is the K9 Xyz monster, which is also an alright card. It's another forced liberation target, so you can actually pop 2 cards if you summon it off of that. Next is the MST archetype. Not the actual deck, although it is a highly entertaining deck. It's just that the deck has this new spell card that is Allure of Darkness for quick play spells.
I love that.
It is a very good card in Striker and Runic and probably some other decks that I'm not thinking about.
Mentioned!
This is honestly just an extremely good generic card that will probably be played in future decks for years to come. And finally is the new Dominus card. This is the most expensive card of the set, and the card people are saying to pick up. This will probably be good someday. It's just that I have no idea what deck you're supposed to play this in right now, and I haven't really seen anyone test it either.
I mean, this is... we've talked about this card, right? We've talked about Dominus Spiral. This card is very similar to all the other Dominus cards. These cards are strong enough to the point where if there's ever a deck that can play these cards, it will play these cards. This has been true historically with Dominus Impulse, Dominus Purge, and even Songs of the Dominators. As soon as there's an archetype that can play it, it plays it. And this card is no exception to that.
So that's all I have to say for Dude today, but I did also briefly want to talk about the matchup of Mitsurugi Ryziel against Vanquish Soul K9, since those are predicted to be some of the top decks of the TCG format, and also I keep getting asked about this. This doesn't say anything about the actual deck strengths, but if I had to say, after testing both, I do feel like Vanquish Soul K9 is the higher quality deck just based on vibes. And I also feel like there is a way to build Vanquish Soul to beat Mitsurugi, because on paper, the matchup shouldn't even be that bad. The main issue...
There's... This is something, I guess we can speculate about this a little bit. I'll listen to what they say. What I can say from my perspective right now, I played Vanquish Soul at Euros. This is before K9, but I played Vanquish Soul at Euros in a format that was full of Mitsurugi Ryziel. I will say two things. Now, I beat more Mitsu Ryziel than I lost to, I'm pretty sure. I played against 4 or 5. But I will also say that the only decks I lost to in general at this tournament were Mitsu Ryziels. I had one loss in Swiss. I went 11-1, and it was I lost to Mitsu Ryziel. And in top 32, I also lost to Mitsu Ryziel, even though I couldn't play the game in top 32 because I drew pretty bad. But those were my losses. Mitsu Ryziel, I think, has an interesting dynamic against Vanquish Soul, because the Vanquish Soul board, because of the trap card, is exceptionally strong against Mitsurugi. Because Mitsurugi's best form of like playing into boards is Murakumo. One of the reasons why Mitsu Ryziel is such a strong deck in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because it can tear apart half boards like it's nothing, right? Like if you droll your opponent, you charmy your opponent or whatever, and they make a half board, the ability to just Raigeki with Murakumo and then keep playing with Ryziels or keep playing with prayers and so on and so forth is incredibly valuable. Now, the Vanquish Soul trap card, making all your Vanquish Souls indestructible for the rest of the turn, is insane against Mitsurugi. And also against Ryziel, because Detonator is another thing that you can just completely ignore after the trap has resolved, right? So Vanquish Soul matches up very well into Mitsurugi, but this is also something that's only like, it's only for going first, basically, right? Like if Mitsu Ryziel goes first and makes a strong board, that is still really good against Vanquish Soul. Now, my interpretation for Euros was that this matchup was overall, if both players are really good, the Vanquish Soul versus Mitsu matchup was very close to 50-50. I think slightly favored for Vanquish Soul. Now, the question is, how good are the K9 cards into the Mitsurugi Ryziel deck? Because if they're really good, then your matchup is going to get better. If they're not that good, then your matchup might even get worse if you play K9 Vanquish Soul. Because a lot of the cards that people are going to remove from their decks in order to fit the K9s were also good against Mitsu Ryziel. For example, Bystials. I don't see a lot of lists play Bystials at the moment in the OCG, but that's also because they don't have Mitsu. But if you cut the Bystials from your deck, those are valuable cards that you lose in that matchup, right? So I think it's a little open, but I'm interested in what they think about this matchup.
Is mainly just Murakumo and weirdly enough Magatama, because if you think about it, if Vanquish Soul has to play the grind game, they can do that. Vanquish Soul will outgrind Mitsurugi.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's just really hard to play through Murakumo unless start resolves. It's true that...
You know what's funny is the most annoying interruption, I think, from Mitsurugi is actually the Murakumo discard. This wears you down in Vanquish Soul, because especially early on, you just lose your attributes. You just lose your card advantage if you have to play into a Murakumo discard. If you have to discard like 1 or 2 cards on your first 2 turns, it can be really difficult.
Start is checked by Detonator, but your engine hand traps aren't useless. You can do Sue to steal Detonator or try and pop Detonator. Both of those are going to be good. If they only open one engine, you can try to stop them from getting to the other engine. The issue...
You should never be able to Sue steal Detonator, right? Because you're forced to steal the lowest attack monster, so they will always be able to like give you a Habakiri or something if they have prayers set. That shouldn't happen.
Is that even if they only have Mitsurugi cards and they didn't draw Ryziels, then you can't use start to insulate against the board because the Magatama will just kill the start. I'm not sure if you're supposed to be playing 2 starts and try to Jelung search a second one, But I think there should be a way to build it to win. I just haven't really put in the work to figure it out.
No, like this is still going to be a hard matchup going second, unironically. Like the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck is going to be hard to stop, and it's going to be hard to beat its half boards with Vanquish Soul. The Vanquish Soul cards are really good going first against Mitsurugi because they are protected. When they are not protected, it's really difficult to beat a detonator, right? Because you go normal summon Raisin effect, they pop it. Normal summon Mad Love effect, they pop it. They pop your start, they pop everything. It's that part is difficult. That part is really difficult, and I don't know how much the K9 cards will help with that part. Technically, because they are hand traps, they will help you at going second. But like for the most part, I think it's still going to be a good matchup for Ryziel Mitsu when they get to go first, unless you have like Charmies.
Out because, you know, I'm not a TCG player. If you just copy paste an OCG list, it might be pretty bad, mainly because you don't have enough interactive hand traps. In my opinion, Izuna is not good against Mitsurugi because Ripper doesn't do anything. Nash can't take anything useful except for Murakumo, and if you try to Nash the Murakumo, then you have to 2-for-1 into the negate, and then you lose if they have any way to stop the Lupus. Some of my friends...
You might play Hound against Mitsu, right? Because they just can't out it, and then you can just banish something or threaten a banish.
Friends told me it's worth it to spend 2 cards to hold the Murakumo hostage, but if they're playing Pure, they might have the second Murakumo, or they can just kill your Nash Knight with the Magatama. And if they're playing Ryziel, you might have to beat the Ryziel portion with 4 cards. Another issue with the Murakumo is that it will actually just negate your effect sometimes because you can't afford to discard.
Also, you just can't make a rank 5 if they start with Ryziel, right? Like if they have a detonator, even if you have Izuna and you summon back Lupus, you activate Lupus to Xyz summon, they pop it. You just can't get there, right? If they start with Ryziel, it just won't work.
Attributes, which I feel like should not be happening in other attributes. It should just be attacks. But yeah, that's just my experience.
You have to shuffle their hand with Durandal and hope they don't get a ritual. Oh, dude, you know what? That might actually be something that you do. Is like they start Habakiri, they go Saji, they add the ritual, you go Izuna, you make Durandal, and when they activate ritual to summon from hand, you just shuffle the hand in and hope they don't draw a ritual monster. That, unironically, that could be the highest chance you have. Is just go for the Gamba. That's not a bad call, actually. Like it might be that.
From helping some friends test for TCG region.
You'd have, I mean, what are the odds depending on how many rituals they play? It can't be that big of a chance, right? It's got to be like, if let's say they play 3 Habakiri, 1 Murakumo, which is just 4 rituals. If they draw 5 new cards, I think that's like about a 50-50. I think that's about a 50-50 probably. It's risky though. It is risky though.
Some ideas I'm having. I do feel like after playing both that the Vanquish Soul deck does feel better, but you can't just use the generic OCG
They only draw 4 here? No, if they start with 5 and they go Habakiri Saji, that puts them to 6 cards in hand, and then they activate Ritual, they have 5 cards left in hand.
To consistently beat Mitsurugi. Something has to change. Finally, I just want to end off by thanking all of you for 5,000 subscribers. When I started my channel, I just wanted to talk about my hobbies. I never thought I would even hit 1,000, much less 5 times that amount. So truly, I just want to thank all of you so much. No words can express my gratitude, and I hope we can continue to have great conversations in the future.
All right, y'all. Can we get Sunny some more subscribers? Link is in chat right now. Get that number up a little bit. Let's go. I'll wait. I'll wait. You didn't even subscribe? Oh, that's because I'm on my Plus channel. I don't sub to stuff on my Plus channel. On the main channel, I'm subbed. Prove it. All right. Honestly, I'm looking forward to Justice Hunters format and how all this is going to develop. This is going to sound weird, but I'm almost a little bit sad that like in the month of August I'm going to be so focused on Master Duel. Which is I realize that's a crazy thing to complain about because we're playing Master Duel Worlds and we just don't have those decks yet. But no, it's fine. But yeah, that's I'm still gonna try to report from my TCG endeavors because I'm still looking to try all these decks and build versions for it and so on and so forth in the month of August. And then of course we're gonna have a YCS in Europe in September, which is gonna be mostly Justice Hunters format, right? Is there another pack coming out before YCS Lille? besides Battles of Legends, of course. Doom of Dimension is out. Oh, okay. Interesting. So we get like no big tournament in Europe with just Justice Hunters. All right. Well, when's the Mega Pack coming out? Because they've been, I honestly, I'm a little anxious about the Mega Pack being potentially being bad again, like it was last year. I mean, so far they haven't announced much, but I guess for the people that missed it, I can bring it up real quick. They've been posting, like I think 2 cards every day. It says, yeah, it said starting today, we'll be revealing 2 cards every day, 3 on the weekends, from this year's 2025 Mega Packs. And then it just explains you the thing where you can pick up Mega Packs in 2 different ways. You can either buy the tin or you just buy the packs without the tin around it. And the first 2 they announced were Purge and Impulse, which I guess is good to know. Good to get confirmation, right? Because we didn't know that was gonna, I mean, we knew they were gonna be in there. But yeah. And then yesterday they announced Shining Sarcophagus and number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord, which I thought was a little bit weird because Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord is not released in the last year, right? They're Starlights. Oh, Starlight only? Or did they just announce them as like they also come in Starlight? There's a Starlight in every pack. Yeah, but like are those Starlights available in multiple rarities, or is it just like from a pool of 50 separate cards or whatever? If the same as last year, then no, just Starlight. Okay. Okay. I mean, look, I don't know. I guess we'll just wait and see. So far, we know 4 reprints out of I don't know how many the set is gonna have. So, you know. All right, let's do some gaming. It's a little weird for me to play MD at the moment because I'm in this state where I'm just waiting for the next pack to drop because I really want to know the exact format for the World Championship, right? But like, oops. But we won't know exactly until like when is the next pack in 3 days already? Because this pack goes away in 3 days. On Monday? Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. That's nice. We get to... So basically, once the next pack is out, I'm gonna focus a lot of my energy this month, obviously, on the Master Duel format. Like we're gonna theorize some decks, and we're gonna try to get to the high ladder as fast as possible, so I can get some good practice in. Of course, there's also gonna be a lot of stuff, a lot of practice that's gonna happen off stream with Emre and Quantul. But I still think if you get to high rated, you still get some high quality games. So that's still gonna help. And then you know, we're gonna have to learn the decks for the World Championship and all that. I don't know what I want to do. Like yesterday, I played some Mermail yesterday. To decent success, but like I would like to play something else today. I would like to play something else today. I don't know. It's the last day of the season. Maybe we can make it to 1600. I don't know. Hop on the Memento. Yeah, what is the why is there icons now? What do these icons mean? Is it just because it's my current rated duels deck? Because it is currently set as my deck in Master 1 and in rated duels, I assume. Okay. Sure, we can play some Memento. Once you said you would try Draco Slayer Pendulum, yeah, I probably lied when I said that. I don't know if that's happening. Okay, no Maxi. March Share toggle? Dude, it's happened to me so much that my opponent has had a toggle from frame 1 and I was so afraid it was going to be Maxi or something, and it was always Lancea. It was always Lancea, dude. So we're going to have to play the combo a little bit unusual here, because I don't have a third Memento in hand to fuse for thingy. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. It's slightly annoying. So normally I would like to go for Darkblade here, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to summon from deck again. I could go for Maze to add fusion. Normal summon Maze, pop Sleepy is probably a good line. And then I can add... I guess I can add this already. Just to have it, just in case anything goes wrong. I think that's fine. So Sleepy is gonna send Aki. I will then fusion. This is gonna give them another card. I think I feel comfortable giving them 3 cards for this Fuba. I think making Creation King is mandatory. I think then making SP probably is too. Okay, that's I'm not too mad about that actually. I mean, yes, it's annoying, but like now I don't have to be worried about Nib anymore, and I give them 1 less draw, so it's kind of whatever. It's all right. So this will be a bone party. The only thing is here, if I bone party to special, they draw another card, which I don't want. I can just go bone party to add though. It's not that big of a deal. I could also just set bone party, to be honest. Aki Huron, destroy, add back bone party. I can just use this. I like using the Anguish as a discard for Super Poly. And then reviving it with this, potentially. So this, yeah. This is fine. Unless it's not Malice, but Tenpai with the Impulse, because it could be. Then we got a problem. If they have Duster Lightning Storm. If not, then we're probably fine. It is Malice. Okay. Goated. Oh, the Maxi resolves. Do I steal their Dormouse right away? No. I mean, they have to play into this. If they don't, it's just cooked. Yeah. I might just hit him with a Super Poly. On res here. They haven't normal summoned, but they basically need Chessy Cat. That's not Chessy Cat last time I checked. Oh no, they got backup Adignister? Ode of Soul. Sure. Or this Guardian Chimera gonna go crazy? I actually can't make Guardian Chimera because I don't have a fusion spell. But I can make this is better than Guardian Chimera anyways. This thing. It pops more cards. I can pop like 5. 5 was too many. I exaggerated. I can pop 3 or 4. No, I could pop 5 if I tribute Garura for breakout. No, I drew Gaddick. That's actually not bad. It's not a problem. Bro. Stop. Max C won the game. That's one way of telling me you don't understand how my deck works, because I did not need that Max C at all. None of the cards I've drawn mattered in the slightest, but yep. Dude, I drew Droplet Bone Party Breakout, which is all the cards I already had. And a Gattic. Do you like the matchup versus Malice with Memento? No. No, it sucks. Because going second, you lose to their half board. Like if they, even if you have Maxi or Fuva. Yeah, I don't know. I'm playing Memento in the T2 trials at the moment. Which is a tournament series that we've been playing with Raid and Trade a little bit. You may have noticed that I was playing in that. But like I'm just playing it because the others have, like, I'm not gonna be the Malice player. All right, let's rapid fire. Suck. 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 I'm popping the feel spell too, just because I can, because it feels good. The Magna Surge is gonna save you. Trust. Why is Broin still in this game? I think most people don't leave against Memento because the deck it does have long combos and they just hope the opponent times out, which sometimes that's a real possibility. So I don't blame him. Not gonna happen here. Should I Paradise Smasher? I'm not going to. As soon as I said that, I was like, no, there's no way I'm doing that. I'm not gonna risk 3%. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Do it or no balls? Dude. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it. It's so dumb, man. Okay. Dude! No adjustment needed. Give him a turn, please. No, dude, no, come on. No. Not gonna give him a turn. They're not gonna give him a turn on their Paradise Smasher. It was already enough BM as it was. Did you know that statistically for every Gaddock you open 2 maxis? It'd be cool if this resolved. Thank you. All right, so they have a Sleepy in hand. Yeah, you know what? That's acceptable. I accept your terms. I accept your terms. That's fair enough. See if this goes through. It does. That's fine. That's fine. It's annoying, but it's fine. I'm gonna do this now. They have Sleepy already, so they can do some stuff here. But I figured they would still special summon. Is Memento always played pure? No, people play Fiendsmith in it sometimes, but that's like the only two things that people do. I would say. Not more than that. Yeah, okay, Goblin Biker. Yeah, sometimes there's a small Goblin Biker package. That's true. There's Memento if you want to get a little spicy. Yeah, that's not wrong. There's no reason for me to not let them summon the Creation King, right? Because I'll probably win either way, but I just get one more draw just in case something happens. Yeah. They're gonna think I drew that Max C off of, dropped it off of Max C, but I already had it. I think without the droplet, I can't go in there. It's not a bad hand. It would have been cracked going first. Going second, it's gonna be... Please brick. No, it's always... Oh, mano. March share, empty. Yeah, that's combo. It always turns from the happiest feeling imaginable to the worst feeling possible. Because it's like, instead of bricking, it's full malice combo. It's like the best thing in the world turns into the worst thing in the world. Just scoop it up. No, I'll try it. Because Master Duel Malice duelists are... There's always a chance. Basically. My hand's not bad. You know, my hand's good. I got Horse, I got Bone Party, I have Talon's Call, but it's a good hand. I'll try. Also, this hand, because it started with normal summon March Hare, affect March Hare to add back already, there's a small chance they can't draw with the Chessy Cat, right? Because they might not have another Malice card in hand. Actually, no, they can go Banish Mirror with the field spell. I always forget. Yeah, no. They go Apo here, then they go Malice in Underground, Banish Mirror, Banish Ransom, add a Malice name, and then Banish Chessy for Ransom. And then they can draw 2 for Chessy. Yeah. But the draw 2... The draw 2 is cringe. I love drawing cards, but it's only cool in the decks that I like. I don't know, man. I just feel like it's different when Malice has like a 5-card hand at the end of their turn. Because it's like Vanquish Soul does the same thing right now, right? Like Vanquish Soul has the same, also has like 5 or 6 cards in hand at the end of their turn, but their board is also like rock and a trap card. So I think it's like, you know, let that deck have 5 or 6 cards in hand. But I do understand that I'm biased because I like those decks. So the draw is integral to Vanquish Soul. Malice doesn't need it. It's a little bit of that too. It's like card advantage is like a very key component of like the grindy decks, but it's like for a combo deck, why would it need that? People really think Cat is the problem? No, I don't think Cat is the problem. It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. It's like this would be hard enough for me to break if it was like 1 card in hand, unironically. But there's 6. It's a really good hand, dude. It's Force, Party, Breakout, Talents Called By. GWC. Okay. It's annoying, but fine. I wonder if I play around second called by not sending this yet. Because if there's this Akihiron is banished, so second called by banish the thing is literally game. So I'm thinking about trying to get this one later. Oh, jeez. Jeez! Oh, they didn't... Wait, they didn't firewall? Okay. That makes things interesting. Yeah, impulse. No. I mean, they probably would have impulsed already, but... Chain firewall and then pop white rabbit? Do you mean white binder? No, firewall only needs to be co-linked when it activates. If you pop the co-link after, it doesn't matter. I have not normal summoned. Dude, they had second called by. Nice. I don't know if I can win this turn. Probably not. But the white binder is still called by it next turn. I don't think the follow-up is too strong, no. I think the card in my hand should not be Anguish. But it's fine, actually. It's fine. It works out with Anguish. They have a Magnamut in hand, which is strong follow-up. But the white binder is still under called by. 3 called bys are active. Okay, sick. They are Magnamuting their white binder. Minus 900. Whew. I think I had enough time. So what I have like 8 seconds left, and after the pop, all I have to do is trigger my field spell. All I have to do is trigger the field spell to bring whatever back. And even if I don't have time to bring something back, I don't think whether I bring something back or not matters. If I had more time to think, honestly, there's a possibility where it's better to disrupt them a little bit later there, because they were so low on life points that, like, if I can maybe let them pay like one more, because they were on 1200. If I can let them pay 300 one more time, they cannot pay for another big link monster. Like, they cannot pay 900 anymore. Maybe that was a play, but yeah. They couldn't pay. Oh, were they already on 900? Then it was fine, I think. Yeah. For every Gaddick, you draw 2 maxis, remember. $49 cards. I knew what was going to happen when I said the number. I knew what was going to happen when I said their deck count. Primite Kashira. Didn't draw Impulse, which is strange. I mean, they can't really complain about their hand though, right? They drew 2 Called By, Malice full combo, and a Bestial. And they found a way to lose to Memento, which is not possible. That Called By is nutty. I have to be careful with the Birth though. Birth is so annoying. I also don't know if I know there's a Fenrir in hand, but I don't know what the last card in hand is. If the last card in hand makes the Drill Beam live, then this is all a little awkward. Because what I'm assuming is that they want to make the Drill Beam live with the Sealed Summon, in which, if that's true, if they need the Sealed Summon for the Drill Beam to be live, then this Called By is nasty. Okay, that means the card in hand is Fenrir. This is Drill Beam, this is Seals. I do win. I do win. Yes. I win. It's fine. Right? Normal Dark Blade, discard Gattic, destroy Birth. Gattic, tag out into Anguish. Anguish, search Sleepy. Oh, but I can't make... Wait, I can't make Twin Dragon anymore. Can I somehow... How do I beat the Birth now? Drill Beam is already live? No, it's not. I just don't pop the Birth, I think. Yeah. That's game. They have a dead drill beam now. All they have is birth. But birth does not actually beat me here. Why didn't he summon a vanilla with load? They did. They summoned a vanilla with load, but then it was... They made seal with that. Alright, we hit 1600 at the end of the season. I'm happy with that for this. I didn't have much time to play this month. So I'm happy with that. Memento is so enjoyable. Memento, like, I understand when people don't like Memento, but even for someone who doesn't like combo decks, I think Memento is one of the more fun ones to play. Just because it's, I feel like Memento is rewarding, which I think that's some of the other combo decks. I just feel like you just win without much of a challenge. Memento, I think, is more rewarding than that. But it's still, I mean, it still is a combo deck, you know. And it's not that fun to play against. That's also true, I think. I think that's a fair point. But yeah. Is it worth to build Memento at the moment? I mean, it's... How expensive is Memento? What ult? You need 3 Anguish, a Sleepy, a Combined Creation, 5 Ultras, 2 Kings, 7 Ultras. It's not that expensive. Is it? It's pretty cheap. It's the kind... The good thing about Memento is like... it's like good enough to be played at any point of the metagame. Like the deck has... Oh, the Goblin Biker spell, right, is also an Ultra. The deck's been good enough to see play for like a year now in TCG. I don't know how long it's been in Master Duel, but like the deck's been good in TCG for a while. But it's like never good enough to actually be hit on a ban list. You know what I mean? Like it was, if you bought a Memento deck in the TCG like a year ago, none of those cards have been hit and you can still play it. Which is really cool. There's a lot of decks like that in the TCG that are just like very consistently like tier 2, and they just don't really, they never get hit and they're always playable. And Memento is one of those decks. Paradise Smasher was a Memento hit. If you think Paradise Smasher being banned makes this deck significantly weaker, then I don't think you're playing the deck right. Like, yes, I'm playing it. It's a niche option, but like you need it in maybe like 1% of your games. It's really not. The power of Memento does not come from Paradise Smasher. It really does not. The end board of Memento is strong enough without Paradise Smasher. You need it against exclusively Striker Tenpai? Yes. But even, honestly, even Striker Tenpai, like, is not that insane against Memento. I would even say if you don't draw Lightning Storm, Heavy Storm, or Duster, you probably don't beat the Memento end board. Which is not unlikely, but still, it's only 4 cards in your deck, right? If you don't draw a back row wipe, plus a Tenpai engine card, plus a way to handle the monsters, you still don't beat it. Like, I still think Memento is probably favored against Tenpai, even without Paradise Smasher. But yeah, I guess on the other hand, they always have Lightning Storm, Droplet, Chundra. Then you lose. Any reason you aren't playing the Herald Spell Negate in the extra? The Memento extra deck is very open because the only things you really need are SP Little Knight, 2 Combined Creations, and a Twin Burst, a Twin Dragon. Everything else is kind of like whatever. I'm playing super poly targets right now. But you can play the Herald lines and stuff like that. I really like the SP. I don't even play Appaloosa in this deck because I just like the SP Little Knight line so much, where you just go into an SP at some point in your combo and you just put the Combined Creation next to it. That's how I've learned to play the deck and how I basically do most of my combos. And I've just usually not been going towards Appo. But yeah. Can we try to squeeze in one more Paleo game to finish July with the best deck? You mean finish August with the best deck at that rate? No, I gotta go now. I have something to do at 5, so I gotta get going. But yeah, I will be live tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow. It's not the last stream of the week. Because there's a Challenger Cup tomorrow, which is basically saying goodbye to Malice format, which is not the right thing to say. Malice is still going to be a thing on Monday, but we get the next pack on Monday. So tomorrow is going to be one last Challenger Cup in the current format. So I hope you guys tune in. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. Hope everyone enjoyed the little bit of a Justice Hunters introduction and then the little bit of Master Duel after. Hope everyone had a good time. I certainly did. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the support. As per usual, I'll find someone to raid. Let me see who's live. And then hopefully you guys tune in tomorrow as well. Let me find someone who's playing Master Duel right now. I'll send you guys over to SN Kage. All right, you guys have a wonderful rest of... Oh, they're playing Malice. No, okay, well, I clicked raid already. I can't undo it. Nah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.